Hello everyone, this is Dhiren. Good morning to all dignitaries, guests, delegates, faculty, researchers, and the participants from all corners of the world. With great joy and immense exultation, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here for the 5th International Conference on Smart DSC 2022.
It is our pleasure to be the moderators on behalf of Smart DSC 2022 Organizing Committee.
I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the world from different walks of life. We feel privileged that you have come here to share your knowledge and vast experience with the student community.
This is the 5th conference in this series of Smart DSC, which is completely conducted on a digital platform in line with the social distancing norms.
We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. To the student community, we hope you will learn a lot today. We have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging.
On behalf of the Smart DSC 2022 Organizing Committee, I thank the international speakers, General Chair, Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Head of the Department for providing their gracious presence to join us today to enhance us. May I invite everyone to invoke the Almighty, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to take part in the invocation.
I would like to invite Professor T. Pavan Kumar, sir, Professor and Head of the Department CAC KLEF, to give the opening remarks about the international conference.
Thank you very much, sir. Very good morning and warm welcome to all the participants, keynote speakers, and the honorable guest of honor, Professor Philip, Big Data Institute, Shenzhen University, China, and the distinguished guest, Kingsley University of Johannesburg, South Africa, and our honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. G. Parthasarathi Verma sir, and the respected Registrar, Dr. A. Jagdish sir, and all the keynote speakers, other guests, organizing committee. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Smart Technologies in Data Science and Communication. Okay, this conference being held at KL University which is one of the elite institutions in nation. Koner Lakshmaya Charities was established as a trust in the year 1980. KL College of Engineering attained autonomous status in the year 2006 in Feb 2009. KLEF was recognized as deemed to be university. Okay, all thanks to the dynamic leadership of our earner, Koner Satyanarayan Garu, whose vision helped in creating this adobe of engineering education. Sir, okay, we are happy to tell you that as a university, we have around 11,341 publications in Scopus indexed journals, and we have 3,598 Web of Science publications, and our Scopus citations as on date are 46,854, and our Web of Science citations are 16,258. The H index of our university in Scopus is 60, and our H index in Web of Science is 43. Okay, apart from this, we also have 1975 SCIE publications. We also have 775 ESCI publications, and our faculty and students have also published papers in reputed international conferences. Around, we have 1075 papers in various conferences. As Department of CSE, we are also proud to tell that among these publications that we have, 6,000 plus are from CSE department. We have made research part of our curriculum, and we have 6 research groups in our department where all the students, faculty are divided into various research groups, and they have vibrant environment in doing the research in the university, and students and faculty publish papers in the research areas. And with respect to this conference, Smart Technologies in Data Science and Communication, with the theme, okay, Unseen Patterns and Decisions. Knowledge in engineering is shared among ourselves and exchange our ideas of research to others. This conference is the best way to propose our ideas of research. Okay, this conference is not confined to a specific topic or region. Okay, we have accepted papers from computer science, information technology, and electronics and communications. The presenters can exhibit their ideas. KL University is a great platform to make your ideas penetrate to the world. You can trust our confidentiality. Our review process is double blended through Springer OCS. We are happy to inform you that we have keynote speakers from China, Egypt, France, India, Malaysia, Philippines, and Turkey. We are also happy to announce that there are around 600 plus participants from all over the world. We have registrations from around 11 states across India and 5 various countries. And the total number of papers that we have received for this conference are 157, where these papers are received from 12 different states around India and 5 countries. And best 31 papers were accepted for presentation on these 2 days. All this is possible by the support of the management and our Honorable Vice Chancellor of the university. I personally would thank Dr. Devnath Bhattacharya sir and Dr. M.V. Naresh sir for the support given to make this event happen, without which could not be possible. I would also like to thank the keynote speakers on these 2 days of the international conference, Professor Philip sir, Professor Jumaila Javed madam, Professor Sehansu Paul sir, Dr. Professor Jose sir, Professor Puder sir, Professor Sonia madam, Professor Engin madam, and Professor Divya madam from Malaysia. I would like to thank everyone personally for making this possible and your support through on these 2 days of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the chief guest, Professor G. Parthasarathi Varma, Vice Chancellor, KL University, to address the gathering.
Excuse me, sir. The voice is not audible.
Next kelp manante nenu ready
Sir, now it's audible, sir. Please speak, sir.
I'm sorry for some technical issues in the microphone. And I very good morning to all of you, and I welcome the guests of the conference, particularly the Sony madam and Pudar and Philip in this occasion. And I welcome all the participants to this conference. And the program chairs and the general chairs was really made this event to happen at this place. And I appreciate the work done by the Devnath Bhattacharya and our KL University team to make this happen on this occasion. And the theme of this major conference at this place is the 5th International Conference on Smart Technologies in Data Science and Communications. That's the trend of today's event. Not only that, actually, the research area which is going on in this area are really appreciating and which is need of the day for the people at this place. Nowadays, actually, there are a lot of systems, a lot of data is available and needed for everyone. Actually, every day, the people used to work with the single systems out there and desktops out there. From there, it is networked to LAN, WAN. Then from there to it was converted towards NAS and SANs, and then now it's cloud. And everything is when it is moving, all of the world is moving towards the automation. And every data, every transaction, every data out there is going to be recorded in these servers, and these file servers is making wonders in this future. And now it was moved towards a cloud. When it moves toward a cloud at this place, internationally, the data sets are more available. And not only the data sets out here at this place, the databases which is there in the file servers here, which is to be converted into important data at this place. The data science plays a major role because when there are huge data, what data to be taken, what data is needed at this place, what visualization is needed at this place for different people is important. So when an organization is working out actually the data to be presented from different areas and to make a decision making system, to make to make a reality analytics out there, and all these reports, it is needed to have a data science technologies at this place. And data science is the trend of today, and when making it a wonderful data at this place. In future, maybe the businesses are moving. More and more businesses are into that. Actually, even the street businesses also into the online process actually, and more and more file servers and data servers is going to happen at this place, and that's the scenario. And in that connection, picking up the data science plays a major role for any business analytics, for any area of the visualizations. It is more important to have the scenarios at this place. Any transaction is getting, every transaction in this in the world is getting recorded out here, and when this process of data science is going to convert that towards the data needed for the people out there. In this connection, I really appreciate that actually the team is working out actually, and there are a lot of proposals came from all over the world, and internationally there are a lot of publications has happened out here, and these publications has given a lot of research touch to it, and a lot of innovative ideas also to it. And these innovative ideas, when we discuss here, definitely will convert towards a business model, and definitely that business models can be converted towards these research business models can be converted to a technology transfers at this place. And definitely we are expecting some few products from this this conference. Definitely you are all capable to do that, and this is the right platform where you can discuss, review, and idea can be fine-tuned in this process. And I appreciate all the participants to participate in this, and having a right spirit to discuss and review the process. All the reviewers have made a wonderful job to review this the papers and given a good comments at this place, and so that the scholars can definitely work out a realistic model, and the review will help them actually to fine tune their ideas in this process. I really appreciate all the people to the part of it, and I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the guest of Smart DSC 2022, Dr. Japale Sonia, to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow speakers, committee member, and organizer. I am Sonia Djibalin, assistant professor in computer science at ICIV Engineering School in France. First, may I thank our speakers for taking part in this event. The quality and the caliber of the keynote speaker this year is outstanding. Thank you all. I am honored to present today for the inauguration and opening of the 5th International Conference on Smart Technology in Data Science and Communication 2022. This conference is a selective one with very good quality papers. The greatness of this conference grows every year, and it's a pleasure for me to follow its popularity for this new event. I am looking forward to spending these 3 years of conference with you. I would like to welcome and thank the different research attending this event, and I hope to see you later during the discussion or break, for example. Then I wish you all a good conference and thank you for all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite the guest of Smart DSC 2022, Dr. Kuder Altangaran, to address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. This I, my presentation is tomorrow actually, but yeah. Oh, I should introduce myself. I'm a chair of computer science department in Mongolian University of Science and Technology, and I am very pleased to participate in this conference. And thank you for organizers for inviting me. Uh, yeah, and I hope there will be many discussions about uh, researches. So I hope tomorrow we will discuss about my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite editor Smart DSC 2022, Professor Kingsley Ugodo, to address the gathering.
Good morning, delegate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, the organizing committee of the Smart of this conference of the Smart DSC 2022. My name is Kingsley A. Ogudo. I'm an associate professor at the Department of Electrical Electronics Engineering and the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, in Africa. It is my honor to be a part of this great gathering. I was introduced by Professor Debnat by this conference, and he asked me to participate as an editor, and it was very an interesting journey. I'm really honored and humbled, and to see that the conference was well organized, and we received a lot of papers. Submission was around 157 papers were actually submitted, but because of the high level of, a selection of papers, 31 was selected, very good papers, and that was very impressive. And if you check the statistics of the papers, they were actually coming from almost 11 states and even from different countries, almost like 5 countries paper. So that's very, very impressive. And I'm very glad to be a part of this great conference. And I hope I will learn a lot. And thanks to also thanking the general chair, Philippe Viga, for a good job well done, and also thanks to the advisory board for all their contribution to make this conference a success. I'm really, really impressed by seeing the paper and the quality of the review process. It was very good. And also my thanks goes to the reviewers who took their time to really go through the papers and give us their comments. Very impressive. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see all of you during the presentation session of one of my student papers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite General Chair, Smart DSC 2022, Professor Philip Sonia Weiser, to address the gathering.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Philip, a distinguished professor at Shenzhen University in China. It is my honor to participate in this conference series. I know Professor Demnath Bhattacharya for a few years already. He invited me to participate in the organization, and I'm very happy about this because I see this conference is already the 5th edition, and I see it's going better and better every year. It is a success every year, I think. And I see this year is no different. We have great speakers from many different countries. We receive a lot of papers. I participated also in the review of the papers, this process. I saw it was very fair, that there was some very good papers also. So I hope all of us, we have a great conference together, all the participants, the speaker, and also I would like to say thank you for the local organization. I think it's very, very great. The website, everything is done so well by the team of Debnat, Professor Debnat, and other colleagues from the KL University. Thank you.
On behalf of CAC and KLEF management, I thank you, sir, for providing your gracious presence to join us today for enlightening us with your speech.
We are pleased to have Dr. Shumaila Javed, Shanghai Research Institute for Intelligent Autonomous Systems, Tongji University, Shanghai, China. I request you to deliver keynote on medical sensors and their integration in wireless body area networks for persuasive healthcare delivery.
Thank you, Vishnu. And good morning, everybody. Today I will be delivering my talk on wireless body area network. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, madam.
I am Dr. Shumaila Javed. I am affiliated with Shanghai Research Institute for Intelligent Autonomous System, Tongji University, Shanghai, China. Currently, my research focus is on UAV communication, wireless body area network, nano networks, and artificial intelligence. If you want to reach me regarding these topics and research collaboration, then you can contact me on my email addresses that I have mentioned. So the topic is medical sensors and their integration in wireless body area networks for pervasive healthcare delivery. You can also find more detail on this topic on the following link. To cover this topic, I will be using these contents. First, I will give a brief introduction of sensing technology. I will discuss about integration of sensors in healthcare over time. And then I will introduce wireless body area network. And after that, I will give a brief background on the sensors application in healthcare. And I will introduce various types of medical sensors and existing healthcare projects. After that, I will discuss W-band integration with Internet of Things and emerging technologies, in which I will be discussing W-band and IoT. After that, I will discuss about integration of different emerging technologies as the sensing layer of W-band and IoT architecture. Then I will be discussing network layer support for seamless integration of W-band with emerging technologies. I will also discuss how fog computing can be integrated with W-band and how cloud computing is integrated with W-band at the application layer. At the end, I will give some future challenges and research opportunities for the researchers so they can focus on these topics in future. And then I will conclude. How sensing technology was introduced. Actually, the first sensors was the concept of sensors was brought by in 1883 by Warren Johnson to avoid early genital interruption of temperature adjustment. So he created and developed a temperature sensors to measure the room temperature. So every hour, not a janitor will come and disturb the classroom. So it is considered the first first sensor development in the history. After that, in 1956, the first biosensor was developed by Clark and Jr. for oxygen detection. That brought the concept of biosensing to the healthcare. After that, first glucose sensor in 1962 further extended the scope of sensor technology for medical application, and it increases the sensors development in the multi-billion-dollar industry. Accordingly, in the 20th century, we can see that the sensor technology emerged more tremendously, and it influenced the monitoring of healthcare parameters such as temperature, heartbeat, and glucose sensor. It has been started for using for various physiological parameter monitoring in the 20th century. Now I will tell you how this integration of sensor technology has developed over time. In 1883, the first temperature sensor was developed. After that, an oxygen sensor was brought. And then in 1962, a first glucose sensor was developed. And then the tactile sensors were developed that can use for the human touch for different purposes. And it's a big market today. And after that, in 1974, a thermal probe sensor was developed. And then a smart sensor in 1980. And in 1985, an analog pressure sensor was developed. And then in 1988, so on. different kind of sensors were developed, and then that bring the concept of body area networks in 1995. And this concept is basically used for human monitoring and to improve the sensor integration in human body, outside the human body or inside the human body, for healthcare parameter monitoring. And now the new concept is a digital hospital, that we can revolutionize the healthcare totally to use different sensors for providing healthcare delivery. And this is getting the more attention recently. Following the rapid technological sensor development over the last 50 years, patients, individuals, and healthcare providers adopted the sensor technologies to a wide range of healthcare and facility management applications that is used for wireless body area network. So, what is wireless body area network? A wireless body area, as you can see from this picture, the wireless body area network consists of different microsensors that are placed on the body, and they are connected with an external healthcare system. This is the external healthcare system, where is weather forecast, emergency caregiver, medical sensor, physicians. They use all the information that is gathered on the body is collected using the gateway and transferred to the external healthcare system for patient monitoring. The micromedical sensors can be easily placed on the body so that they don't harm human body or don't cause any discomfort. And they are manufactured using flexible materials such as semiconductors, hydrogels, electrical, and these all materials generate a response or a magnetic response to the external stimuli. The primary components of a medical sensor include a microcontroller, a chip memory, a flash memory, a power source, a transceiver, and a sensor to detect physiological parameters such as temperature, heartbeat, and oxygen level. This is the source of this picture. Now I will introduce you about the background of sensor technology. Sensors in the healthcare are used for different applications. For example, for the monitoring, targeted drug delivery, detection, point of care diagnostics, surgery, treatment, therapy, medical image, sleep diagnosis, and treatment obstetrics. You can see that sensors are used in almost all the domains in the healthcare. For the monitoring, they are used for chronic illness monitoring, blood flow monitoring, heartbeat monitoring, glucose monitoring, oxygen monitoring, posture monitoring, ECG monitoring. And for targeted drug delivery, mostly nanobody sensors are used for it, so that the drug can be targeted at a specific place, especially for cancer treatment, where the cancer cells can damage other body parts. So with biosensors, the drug can be delivered to the targeted point, so it doesn't cause any other problem for the patients. Like it can use for localized cancer treatment, infusion pumps, tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, and it can also be used for detection of early cancer detection, because with sensors they provide cellular level monitoring. So if there is a cancer in the body, or it can provide the early detection of cancers. It can be used for food pressing on the stomach, air bubble detection, toxic substance detection. Similarly, for point of care diagnostic, it provide the readings at the real time for glucose and cholesterol level monitoring, pregnancy tests for infection disease, drug or abuse tests, blood gases, cardiac markers, and for all this. And for surgery, of course, it is used to provide more in-depth information about the body, and it is also used for providing anesthesia, tactile imaging, ventilator application, robotic surgery, or remote surgical tool positioning. And for treatment, it is also used to remove the dead cells. For healing spinal cord injury, it is used for injecting insulin. It is used for trauma care. In therapy, it is used for oxygen therapy. And in medical images, it is used for endoscopy. And for sleep diagnosis, it is used for snore detection, stress sleep, or sleep apnea. And for obstetrics, it is used for warm pressure detection, assisted baby delivery. So these are all the areas which are already using healthcare sensor for healthcare delivery. And now sensors application in healthcare. These are different sensor types. For suppose pressure sensor, what are their application? They are used for anesthesia, oxygen concentration, ventilator, kidney analysis, infusion, and for all these applications, pressure sensors are used. For where tactile sensors are used, they are used for knee motion monitoring, emotion recognition, voice monitoring. And then oxygen sensor are used for oxygen saturation level monitoring, humidity sensor that are used for personal care as well, for disease diagnostic, breath rate monitoring, touch-free examination of skin moisture. Then force sensor that are used for fluid monitoring application, dialysis machine, airflow sensor that are used for anesthesia machine, heart pumps, ECG sensor to measure the electrical activity of the heart. And then there are different type of sensor, temperature sensor that are used for anesthesia delivery as well. Then there is flow sensor that is used for oxygen concentration monitoring, sleep apnea monitoring, ventilator. Then skin sensor that monitor the body parameters such as temperature, heartbeat, sweat composition, and alcohol. Then there are fluorescent biosensor that used for early detection of cancer cell, and their activity sensor, heart rate sensor. So in here you can follow, and I have also provided the references so you can go through it and you can find all kind of sensors that are available and they are used for different applications. This is a complete guideline for that. And based on that, like sensor, the many healthcare projects are already used. For suppose the first one is Code Blue project that also already use different type of sensor to provide physiological monitoring and notify healthcare provider if there is any problem. The other is Robin, that this healthcare project is used for to locate the position of the patients in the hospital environment and monitor their health condition. Then there is medicine project that is used to monitor the health of injured people during a disaster. During a disaster situation, it used to body parameters to see how the patients are doing, what are their conditions. Then the body inertial healthcare project is already developed that for healthcare management during emergencies and daily physiological monitoring. And then the Guangdong Second General Hospital, this is a very big hospital in China that is focusing on comprehensive hospital environment to provide a comprehensive hospital environment for real-time healthcare monitoring of patients and provide feedback in real time. So the next topic that I'm going to cover is that how W-band integration can be used for emerging technology. W-band and IoT. Smart gateways such as its router and internet can connect W-band with emerging technologies such as edge computing, mobile cloud computing, fog and cloud computing, and functionality for providing different functions such as storage availability and data transmission. As you can see from this figure, that W-band that is connected to the body can connect using this smart way. It can be used to connect mobile computings, for efficient analysis of the information, and for local data processing, real-time communication, low latency, and then it can be used for fog computing that provides a connection between the outer world and a W-band, and then cloud computing, and how these different computing emerging technologies can be used in the W-band architecture. For suppose as the sensing layer, edge computing and mobile cloud computing can be used. In the network layer, communication technologies, different communication technologies such as Bluetooth, low energy BLE, low power wireless personal area network, low WPAN, low range LoRa or LoRaWAN, mobile cloud computing, like, and for fog computing, fog nodes are used in the application layer. Cloud computing is used to integrate these emerging technologies with W-band. So now I'm focusing on how integration of emerging technologies can be integrated at the sensing layer of W-band IoT architecture. The sensing layer deals with the data monitoring aspects such as data collection, storage, analysis. It is all about sensors, that how sensors can gather the data from the body. So sensing layer needs efficient resource management algorithms for sensing, for monitoring of body parameters, and then transmission to the smart gateways to process the raw data and satisfy the integration and transmission requirement of using different integration platforms. The sensing layer also need to support data storage and distribution to store patient information and share it with medical insurance or healthcare personnel. So Edge computing can be integrated at WBAN. How? If we integrate edge computing with WBAN, it will reduce the data manipulation complexity. It will provide more securities, as it will provide the local uh, processing of information. You don't need to transfer it to the remote server. You can do it locally. So it will provide like a rapid processing, and it will also reduce delay and security concerns as well. And it will provide edge computing assist WBAN can provide real-time communication with low latency. And the emergence of edge computing also offer an excellent opportunity for smart localized healthcare, and it will improve quality of service at minimal cost and with minimal propagation load. And how mobile cloud computing integration will benefit at the sensing layer. The integration of mobile cloud computing at the sensing layer will elevate computer-intensive operation of the difficult operations can be performed there, and the seamless integration of mobile cloud computing with WBAN also brings several benefits of cloud computing, such as cost-effective data management, easy integration, dynamic resource provisioning, and the data can be stored on the cloud server, and it can server do the processing and transfer the data to the cloud server for improved data reliability. And patient data is saved on multiple servers, so if there is a loss of data or some problem, then the data can be recovered and it is available on different servers. At the network layer, the purpose of network layer is to provide seamless integration between the remote server and the WBAN. So it has to provide a communication that is efficient and low complex and low energy consumption communication. So for that, different technologies have been introduced, such as Zigbee, low power band, Bluetooth low energy, LoRa, Sigfox, and they have different communication range, transmission power, data rate, latency. The comparison is given in this table, as you can see. And as in WBAN, we have to consider the energy and low complexity as well. So in this, we have to see which one has the best chances of integration with WBAN. You can see that Zigbee and low power band BLE provide the best WBAN support, whereas LoRa provide the moderate support, and Sigfox provide a very low support, and NB-IoT provide the highest support for mobility for WBAN. Emerging technology, seamless integration with WBAN. So how fog computing can be integrated with WBAN? Fog computing is regarded as one of the most promising advances of traditional cloud computing. This new paradigm provides distributed services and bridges the gap between the WBAN and the cloud server. The primary benefits include it reduces the latency, it improves efficiency, it provides more security and resilience for many healthcare systems. And how cloud computing integration can be done at the application layer. The application layer, as it deals with the application layer design, such as how to provide a graphical interface and security at the in GUI interface. So if you provide cloud computing at the application, it can improve the data management, authorization, authentication, and application level services for healthcare providers. The application level design requires a geographical interface to provide a seamless integration. So it will provide a better platform for doctors and patients to interact and share their concerns or their report or their progress over time. So that also include various application layer protocols, such as machine-to-machine communication protocol, messaging protocol, and to address how cloud and fog computing can be integrated and with WBAN and the application layer to provide seamless integration. So in this picture, I'm just highlighting the various benefits and challenges of WBAN integration with IoT and emerging technology. Suppose here you can see that WBAN at the sensing layer, it will deal with sensor and IoT devices for data detection, storage, and analysis. Provide efficient planning, monitoring, and diagnostic. It will improve primary data storage and distribution. It will handle complexity, reliability, and cost issues. And at the network layer, it will provide a heterogeneous device environment to communicate with each other. It will address the interoperability and standardization issues, data delivery, and security issues. And it will also provide us select appropriate communication technology. At the application layer, it will improve the communication protocol and the integration of cloud computing. It will handle the data management, authorization, authentication. It will provide a better services and seamless integration and information transmission from lower layers. And how cloud computing here, then you can see the benefits of each cloud assisted WBAN. So if the edge computing assisted WBAN will improve the real-time communication, it will improve local data processing, it will improve QS with reduced cost, it will improve security and privacy. Whereas the fog computing, it will inherit advantages of cloud computing, and it will reduce the cost, it will provide more reliability, it will enhance QS services, and it will also improve communication with different devices. And how mobile cloud computing will provide the benefit, it will extend the cloud compute capabilities closer to the edge of the network, low latency, real-time communication and transmission, resilience, embedded data mining. In cloud computing, it will provide dynamic provisioning, scalability, powerful processing, high computing and storage, and it will advance monitoring and visual services as well. However, to integrate WBAN with IoT and everything, it also includes many challenges. For suppose the first challenge is energy consumption. Energy consumption is a very important challenge that has been addressed for over years. Everybody is focusing on this challenge, but still there is still problems that need to be addressed. In WBAN, sensors are equipped with limited battery supplies for enabling continuous healthcare monitoring and data transmission. And the high data communication requirement that is associated with healthcare applications drain the power in a short time, and it requires a battery replacement that can be prohibitive. For suppose if you have to change the batteries all frequently, then it is not feasible. And if it has big batteries or that has bulky in size to provide more energy, that is also a concern, because if you have some thing on your body, then you have to move with that. And if you have with bulky materials, you cannot be flexible in your movement. So energy is still a major concern, that how to improve the energy issues while providing the efficient services. The other concern is interoperability. The interoperability is also a major concern, that as in WBAN, different kind of devices are integrated at the body, and each device have their own standard, their own protocols that are run. So when you have to integrate in one environment all of these different protocols and technologies, then you have to address their issues, their which kind of protocols and you have to use and how they communicate with each other, so they understand the semantics and other details, so that they can communicate with each other easily. So it also that therefore new solutions are required to communicate between provide communication between heterogeneous devices. Apart from that, security is also a basic concern, that as it requires for security you need different kind of algorithms, such as cryptography, non-cryptography, authentication schemes. And when you apply more security, then it become more complex. And when you have to run these algorithms on the sensors, then it is an issue, because sensors have limited power. So it will consume all the power during the security. Apart from that, it also has to perform the basic operations such as sensing and data aggregation, data transmission. So all of these issues are disturbed, energy draining as well as the security issues. So security is very important issue, that you have to provide security, but you have to consider the energy issue. So you need to design lightweight, secure communication mechanism at each layer of the underlying WBAN architecture. A novel scheme, authentication schemes that will provide security, but they will not cause more energy consumptions in WBAN. Apart from that, then biocompatibility. Of course, the biocompatibility is the major challenge, because when you put something on your body, you have to make sure that it doesn't damage your body, or because when you if it increases the temperature of your body, then it will cause some heat effects. Okay, and if you have some allergic reaction with that, then it is also a problem. Unfortunately, although biocompatibility is a key concern for healthcare application, it is still an open challenge. The failure of wearable devices in providing safety and reliability in daily activities has increased the biocompatibility requirement of sensing devices. For example, when the direct ECG electrode is connected to the skin of the patient, it causes irritation and it requires replacement in the 7 days. And then changing the in 7 days, it increases the cost as well as it causes inflexibility and difficulty for the patient. So, for the clinical approval, it is must to ensure the biocompatibility before the sensors are available. And so this issue need to be addressed for future. And apart from that is now the last issue that I will be discussing is complexity. The complexity, when you increase the complexity, it requires more operations on those sensors that already don't have enough energy. So you need that kind of algorithms that will not increase the complexity of WBAN. So during the since sensors have limited memory and computation power, they cannot perform computation or memory intensive operation. For suppose if robust route selection, they have to select routing path for their data transmission, then it will increase the complexity. They have to calculate it again and again. That will also increase the storage as well as the energy power. It will include the route failure identification and heavy data processing. This will all cause more complexity on the sensors. So the storage and computational power limitation affect the design of efficient data fusion and management scheme for WBAN. So for WBAN, we need to design that kind of protocols that will not cause so much complexity, and that the basic thing is energy demand. They should consider that how much energy WBAN has, and you have to provide all the algorithms should consider these issues while designing any algorithm. So they don't have to, sensor does not need to store a lot of information, and they don't have to process a lot of information, and they should not be routing data again and again and calculating routes to avoid complexity and other things in their design. So these are the future challenges and research opportunities for the researchers to work on regarding WBAN and integration with IoT. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, please you can ask me.
Participants who are interested to ask the questions, please raise the hand.
Yeah, Dr. Vidya, you have a question?
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Okay.
That is, I want to improve this work in federated learning. Suppose if I want to introduce federated learning, what type of problems may occur in storage, ma'am? Because for federated learning, storage is more. I saw your future challenges. Suppose I want to include the work in federated learning, means how the compatibility of memory power, ma'am.
Yeah, in the federated learning, the basic concern is the algorithms you are going to run. If you are going to run on the sensor, like on the sensing layer, there you have to include the federated learning, then you have to consider the power of sensors. Like if they are capable of learning, of integrating those algorithms at the sensors layer. So you have to consider their size, their computational power, and their energy. Like you have to consider how much energy will be consumed to run some federated learning algorithm. So if you are using federated learning, that is very good because it's a very new direction to use federated learning. So when you are going to integrate, you should consider low complexity algorithms, and those algorithms that will not consume a lot of storage and memory for sensors and provide more better results. So you have to consider these limitations and these things to to improve your work regarding the federated learning. And then maybe you can see that if you have to do it at the sensing layer or at some other layer, maybe you can do that after aggregating data from sensors, then you use federated learning for data processing. That you have to define. Or maybe you can define some of the work at the sensing layer and the low complexity work, and then you move to the more complex work or more energy or power consuming work to the other layers or outside of WML. There you can use federated learning, but you must use some algorithms that will not consume more power or require more memory or storage at the sensing layer.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions regarding this federated learning or integration, you can contact me on my email address as well.
Okay, done. Thank you.
Welcome, you're welcome.
Did you share your mail ID anywhere here?
Sorry?
Did you share your mail ID in the PPTs?
Yeah, I have shared. I will just show it again. See it here.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Because I'm working on federated learning, so I need some guidance in storage and interoperability. I submitted a proposal. It's under process. Suppose if I need help to support is needed for implementations, that definitely I'll contact.
Yeah, sure. Feel free to contact me anytime. Any other question?
Hello, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for interesting presentation. I'm asking this question out of curiosity. My mother has this diabetes thing, so we were waiting for iWatch 7 because the company, Apple company, announced that they will include some sugar blood level testing thing, but they didn't do that. Now I want to ask you, how do you think, how soon some Apple or other company will do that thing, wearable devices with possibility to check blood sugar level?
As far as I know, and I have been following this as well, I think it will actually the basic concern is about the health, because biocompatibility, that is the basic concern that I have mentioned here. Because you have to see when you for the sugar level test, you have to trigger inject something, and it gives you reading about the blood level, sugar level. So I think maybe it will be soon, maybe in this decade we can see some changes. And first maybe there will be some healthcare product that will launch, and after that it will be available for Apple or other store, because it is a healthcare concern, basic concern. So maybe the medical or the medical societies will provide some device first, and after that, and I think there are devices available as well, and after that Apple or any other companies and or vendors will integrate it, because of course, because of the health issues, and they don't want to endanger the health of the patient. But I think if you need more help, maybe I can look into it, that if there are any device available right now for your mother. And I'm sorry that she's diabetic and she has to go through all that. It's very difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shumaila Javed, for sharing your thoughts and enlightening us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time and attention. If you have anything else to discuss with me, you can contact me on my email addresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll have a 15-minute break and we'll continue the session after that. Thank you.
is that we don't have the quantities of items. So in this problem I showed you before, if you buy 1 bread or 10 breads or 20 breads, it is the same thing. But in the real life, it's not the same thing. You buy 5 bread or 10 bread, it's different, right? And another limitation is that all the items are considered as equally important. So for example, if you buy a phone, a smartphone, or a bread, it is considered to be equally important. But in the real life, it is not the same, right? It does not make the same amount of money for the business. So to solve this problem, nowadays there is a popular problem I would like to explain, okay, give you some idea. So it is called the high utility item set mining. It is a generalization of frequent item set mining. So what does it mean, high utility? Utility means important, like the money, okay. So here we want to find the sets of products that make a lot of money. So in this problem, the items can appear more than once in each transaction. So you can buy 4 bottles of milk or 3, okay. We have this information. Also, each item has a profit. So we know, for example, the milk makes $1 profit, or the cell phone $100, okay, and so on. So our goal is to find the patterns that make a lot of money. So let me show you an example how it works, okay, to give you the main idea. Here I show you the input first. The input, the table on the left, is a transaction database. A little bit like what I have shown to you before. But here there is a difference, okay? Let's look what it means, okay? If we look the first transaction T1, we have A1. A1, it means 1 unit of A, like 1 apple, okay? So here we have the quantities. A1 means 1 apple. We have B5, it means 5 bread. C1 means 1 cake, and so on, okay? So here we have the quantities, how many units the people buy. And on the right, we have another table that give the profit for each item. So for example, on the right, we have A5. A5 means an apple is $5 profit. A bread, we have B2, the bread is a $2 profit, and so on, okay. Now, if we want to find the patterns, the high utility item set, we need to set a parameter called the minimum utility, min util, okay. Let me show you the result. Let's say that I set the parameter, the minimum utility, to $33, okay. That means I want to find the sets of items the people buy that make at least $33. So, for example, here we find that BDE makes $36. It is at least 33. So it is a high utility item set. Here we find 4 of them. Okay, you can see at the bottom of this slide. Now, I did not explain to you how we calculate the money. So let me take a little bit time to explain this in more details. We will take some example how to calculate the utility, the money. Let's say we look at the item set BDE. We buy BDE together. So here we find, to calculate the money for BDE, we find that BDE appear in transaction 1 and 2, T1 and T2. In transaction 1, we have B5, 5 bread. If you look the table on the right, you see the bread is a $2. So we have 5 multiplied by 2. Also in T1, we have D3, okay, so 3 dates. And the table on the right say the dates is a $2, so 3 multiplied by 2. Then we have 1 egg, E1. The egg is a $3 on the right table. Then 3 multiplied by 1, so on. This gives us the money for BDE, okay. This is just a quick explanation. Okay. Now I want to explain to you why this problem is difficult and it is not easy to solve. Okay, actually. So let me explain to you. Because the utility measure of the money not monotonic or monotonic. That means we don't have the a priori property I explained before. Okay, so let me show you this an example. So if we look at BDE, the profit is $36. But if you look at superset like BCDE, it can make more money, like $40, because BCDE buy more products together. So maybe it makes more money. Okay, so $40. But if you look at the superset like A, B, C, D, E, F, you see that money decrease. Okay, so it can increase or decrease. We don't know. Okay, so why does it decrease to $30? There is a reason. Okay, it is because even if you buy more items like A, B, C, D, E, F, there are less people to buy this. So because of this, A, B, C, D, E, F makes less money than BDE or BCDE. So this is the main challenge to solve this problem. Okay, so how to solve the problem? Just give you the main idea. Okay. Actually, there are many algorithms, and I will not explain the details because I want to give you an overview today. Okay. So some algorithms in green are designed by me. Actually, okay, they are some of the best algorithms. So the key idea, if you are curious, these algorithms will use some upper bound on the utility that will respect the a priori property. And this will allow to eliminate many combinations to find the result quickly. Okay. Okay, so this is all I will say about these algorithms. Okay. Now I want to talk to you about some new problems to give you some overview about the current research. Okay. So all of this is useful, but it does not consider the time. But maybe you know the time is important. If you look at the shopping data, the customer behavior can change over time. Maybe the people don't buy the same thing during the summer and the winter, for example. Okay. So there are many ways we can consider the time. I would like to give you some overview. Okay, what we can do. First, we did a paper a few years ago. It is to find the recent high utility item sets. So what does it mean? Okay, we want to find the sets of items that make a lot of money, but also recently. That means not a long time ago, okay, but close to now, recently, these item set made a lot of money. So here, for example, I show a picture to illustrate this. let's say this is the utility, the money for the apples, for example, okay, the apples. So we see the utility over time is changing, and recently it made a lot of money. So using this algorithm in this paper, we can find these type of patterns. So how does it work? Briefly, we use a decay function to give more importance to what happened recently, more than what happened before. Okay, so this is all I will say about this. It's just to give you some overview. Let me show you some other things. Another topic we did with the time is to find the concept drift. Okay, so what does it mean, concept drift? Let me explain to you. A concept drift, it means that there will be some change in your data over time. So here, if you look at the picture, okay, it will be easy to understand. Here we see over time, the utility increase a lot at some point. This is a drift. For example, let's say this is about the cell phone, okay? Maybe there are some people on television say this cell phone is very good. So at this moment, a lot of people start to buy the cell phone. So we can find the patterns like this. The item set have a drift, okay, in your data. So to do this, how do we do? Briefly, we use two sliding windows over time, and we do the statistical test to see if there's a change before and after, okay? So this is the brief idea. Other things we can do, interesting with the time, is to find the peak high utility item set. So what does it mean? Okay, peak means at some point in time, there are some products will make a lot of money, but not always, okay, only during some time, like the summer or the winter and so on. So here I show you an example. I am now in China, okay, and in China, we like to eat the moon cakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, some holiday, okay. So the people will not buy the moon cakes during the whole year, but only during some festival. There will be a peak. Everyone will buy this, okay. So we design some algorithms to automatically find the peaks in the data for shopping over time. So other things we can do with time, just brief overview. We can also try to find the trends in the data. So here, if you look at the picture, it is easy to understand. You can see that there are some increasing trend. Something is becoming more and more popular, maybe, okay, in the store, if it is about shopping. So we can find this automatically with the algorithm. We need to look all the combinations of item, and we calculate the slope to try to find the time interval when there are some trends to report to the user. Another interesting topic we can do with time is to find the periodic patterns. Periodic, what does it mean? Okay, periodic means something always repeat over time at always about the same amount of time. Okay, so for example, let's have a look at the picture. For example, we could find that some people every week buy the wine with the cheese. So this is a periodic pattern. Someone every week buy something. So if you find these patterns in your data, this is very interesting because it tells you something. You know the customer has a habit to always buy these products together. Then maybe you can do some marketing or give a discount and so on. Okay, so I want to say also, I always talk about shopping, but this thing can be applied to other fields. It could be the periodic pattern in the sensor data or other topics also, not just for shopping. There are also many other topics we can study, Another topic I think is interesting. I just want to introduce the basic idea to give you some overview. In another paper, we find the cross-level high-utility item set. What does it mean? Let me explain. So the idea here is that we observe that in the store, there are some categories of items. So for example, maybe you have some items A, B, C, but A, B, C are different types of milk, or D and E maybe are different types of cake. So here in this problem, we have a taxonomy. That means some categories of products, and we want to find the patterns between the categories. For example, if you buy any types of milk, you will buy any types of bread, and it will make money. So we don't care what type of milk or what type of bread, but we can find the patterns. Any types of milk or any types of bread together, there are many people buy this. So this is the idea, is another paper. I will not explain the details. I just want to give you some overview. So there are other topics I will skip also. We can also analyze other types of data like the graph. I did some papers also about finding the patterns in the graph. So like you can apply this to other fields like the social networks or other things like this. So here I will skip the details, I just want to say we can analyze other types of data as well. So I show you many things today we can do about finding the patterns in the data. Now I want to talk to you about the challenges in this field if you want to do the research about this. So some of the most important challenge is to design the more efficient algorithm, because these problems are not easy to solve. So we need the better algorithm with the optimization, the new data structures, and also we can try the multi-thread or the GPU or big data platform to design the faster or the more memory efficient algorithms. Also, another challenge is to handle the more complex data. So the data I showed you before about shopping, it is interesting, but maybe you think it is a little bit simple. In the real life, maybe we have more data. Maybe we have data about the customer, like the age, the location, and other things. So if we have more complex data, maybe we can find the better patterns. So this is very important topic. Also, we can try to find a more complex pattern or design the new measure to find other types of pattern, not just the money, but other things also that are important. Actually, the types of patterns that you can find depends on what you want to do. Different application, you can find different types of problem. It depends what is your goal for the application. So when I look at the papers in this field, I see some trends. Nowadays, there are some papers about finding the patterns that are statistically significant using the statistical test. So I think this is one hot topic. Okay. Other topic interesting is the data stream. And another topic is how to reduce the number of parameters for this algorithm. I see also several papers about the graph or the sequences. This is also another interesting research directions. Also, I think another interesting topic is how to bridge the gap between pattern mining and machine learning. So I saw a few papers about this, but I think there are many things to do. First, we can use the pattern mining to explore the data for the feature engineering in machine learning. We could use also the patterns to build the system, intelligence system. I saw also some paper where they use the patterns to create the embeddings for the graph or sequence. This is also another topic. There could be more research, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, so I want to mention also today, I'm the founder of a data mining software called SPMF. It has been used in more than 1,000 papers. Okay, it offers about 240 algorithms nowadays to find all kinds of patterns in different types of data, like graph, sequence, transaction, and so on, even the text. If you are interested, you can check it. It is open source in Java. You have the code for the algorithm. You can improve if you want to do the research. And you have the data sets also to do experiment if you are interested by this. So this is the software. It is very simple and easy to use if you are interested by this. Okay. The software has been used in many fields, not just for shopping, like chemistry, music analysis, or text mining, many things. Also, I have edited several books, two of them about the pattern mining, the high utility, and the periodic pattern mining, if you are interested by these topics. So that's all for my talk. I'm very happy again to be here today. Thank you for listening. If you have some questions, I will be happy to answer. Okay.
Sir, this is Devnath Bhattacharya.
Hi, nice to talk with you.
I'm feeling just fortunate enough that I got the opportunity to attend your lecture. So it's amazing and it is full of resource, and it's a very knowledgeable presentation what I have observed, because I have seen your earlier presentation also. It is something different what I feel, and with 1 hour it is just we need more, sir. So the way you presented the thing. So I have a small question, sir.
Yes.
Because the way you presented every concept, what we know, that is clear. But one simple question I have, that is, what are the limitations of the a priori? So I understand it is totally advantageous and it is very good algorithm, but definitely there is some limitations. Is there any limitations, sir?
Yes. Thank you so much, Devnath, for the question. I'm so happy to see you today. Okay. So for a priori is a very famous algorithm for the frequent item set mining, and indeed it has some limitations that I observe because I use many times in my research also. Some of the key problems about a priori is that it will always read the database because it is some iterative algorithm. It do iterations. And each iteration, it will always read the database over and over. So this will take a lot of time, okay? That's the first problem. And the second problem is that when we combine the items, a priori can make a lot of candidates. And even it can look at some patterns don't exist in the database. So this is a big problem for the efficiency. But one thing is, a priori is a famous algorithm, and it introduced some very important idea, like the a priori property, that have been used in almost every paper after on this topic. Okay, so because of this, a priori, it is in all the books about data mining. So I think very important algorithm.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question.
Yes, yes, very nicely explained, sir. I'll remember this. Another thing is that I know you have a nice research lab, research community, and you have your own website where the so many open source things are available. People can get advantage of that. So if you can share that links, so my researchers of my university will be happy to get that, and they will be communicating with you time to time. So
yes. Oh, okay.
Yes, exactly. That is
yes,
SPMF. SPMF.
yes.
Yes.
So yes, I will post the link, and you can find
Yes.
also easily in Google. You type SPMF, you will find the website directly also.
Because it is an open source, and I requested my researcher to get something from there and collaborate with that, and they may contact with you also.
Yes, I will be very pleased. If there's any question, anything, I will be happy to help,
Yes.
to answer anything. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see you. Thank you also, Dadna.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So if anybody has any question, please come up. Sir is available. So.
Hello. Thank you for. I have one question. Thank you for the presentation, the good and clear presentation. I have one question because I work with your open source data for my work in tourist. When we have some information about the tourist, for example, the nationality, the age, the gender, etc. And I looking for the algorithm to make, for example, the top cap pattern or the top cap monument visited in the world by the tourist, but the complexity is very high. Then I don't know if there exists an algorithm to make, for example, the parallelism and calculate in the parallel the different top cap.
Okay. So thank you for using the software. I'm so happy to hear about this and for the nice question. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you for you.
So, for these pattern mining problem, actually, these problems are very hard. And even for the small database, sometimes it takes a lot of time because the search space is very big, very big. They can be millions of possibilities and so on. So how to make it faster? There's my advice. Okay. So first, one way to make it faster is to use the constraint. So for example, if you look for the sequential patterns, if you put the gap constraint or the length constraint, you can eliminate a lot of possibilities, and the algorithm can be much faster. Okay. So number one is to look algorithm with the constraint to eliminate the combinations. Number two is to use the faster algorithm. Sometimes there are many algorithms for one problem. Some are faster than others. Also, number 3, it is also about how the data is prepared. Maybe the data is such that the data is very, very similar. So there will be a lot of patterns, very long also.
Yeah.
So it will become really hard. So how to prepare the data are also important. After this, I know there are some parallel algorithm, as you mentioned, okay? And some algorithm can be turned into parallel algorithm if really you need. But I think first, you should try the constraint. Usually it works better, in my opinion, than to use the parallel algorithm.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for the idea. Thank you.
My pleasure. And if you have any question, you can email me, okay? I will be happy
Okay,
to talk more, okay?
thank you very much. No problem. Thank you.
Okay, Philip, actually, Dr. Sonia is from France, and
Okay.
she is our program chair and controlling the entire thing very nicely. And she is supporting from the last conference. So nice to have Dr. Sonia with us, and it is a
Thank you.
great.
Thank you very much.
So
It's
That's
pleasure.
great.
Thank you.
you like Professor and Professor Philip. So you are making the thing really very nice, and it reached to some height. And you know that Professor Sonia also knows that we got 150 plus good papers, very good papers. We are very sorry. We are not feeling well to reject some papers, but we are helpless. We got only 28% acceptance. So the quality of the book also will be very good. So I'll share with Sonia also the proceedings, and Philip also. So
Yeah.
I think you will continue to help me, and it will be a great success for us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The participants who wish to ask the question, please raise the hand so that you will be given permission to speak with the professor. I hope there are no questions. If there is anything, like Professor Philip had shared his presentation to me, I'll be sharing it all with the permission of Professor. Can I, sir? If required, if anyone asks, can I share that presentation you shared to me? Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Philip Fournier-Weiser, for sharing your thoughts and enlightening us.
Okay. Thank you.
Now we'll take a 45-minute break. After the break, we'll resume with a session by Dr. Snehan Shupal on material informatics. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We wish to see you in the valedictory session also. Sir, your screen is visible, sir.
Screen is visible. Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the nice introduction and thank you for calling me as a speaker for this esteemed international conference. So, actually, today I am going to talk about the material informatics. It is a combination of data science approach and some problems of metallurgical or materials engineering sector, how to solve using data science approach. So it is a combination of data science approach as well as the application end in the material technology, you can say. So informatics word is coming because lot of information associated with the material worlds can be analyzed, can be do certain data mining sector, certain kind of clustering based on the features of the data. So feature extraction, all those computer science aspects of data science, or you can say the machine learning approach are required to learn for solving certain material problem. And what are the problem? Different scale we can solve using the approach of material informatics. Today we are going to discuss on that. So only outline of the talk will be the material informatics, why we are required that and what it is. Then we are going to certain models of material informatics and certain data science and its application towards materials engineering. And the most important thing where I am working, that is integrated computational materials engineering, which is a part of material informatics. And also I am working on atomistic simulation for material science and engineering, that I'll discuss. And I'll take certain case studies as a our published articles, so that I can explain that why we are using material informatics and why it is so important in order to understand certain problem. Then microstructure modeling and what is the future of material informatics as per my understanding, that I will discuss. So material informatics is nothing but it is a discussion between computer science scientist or material technology or technologist or material scientist. They want to solve certain problem like enhancement the performance of a particular material in particular process or particular application. For they need certain kind of information. What is those information? The structure of the metal. If you see in the slide, the structure, that is the most important part. And then the structure, how can you modify of the metal or materials, polymer, anything, the structure, so that you are going to get certain kind of desired properties. So processing and properties can be correlated through the structure property correlation function. And that correlation can be done with certain kind of previous historical data of that particular materials. So in order to get three things, you will actually, if you corroborate on those things, then you are going to get the performance. So you can tell that material informatics is a fusion of material science and the foundation of modern data science and machine learning. The foundation, the tool part, the base part, structure part is the data science and machine learning, and application part where you are going to take the problem, that is actually material science or materials engineering. And these kind of data-driven methodology actually going to enhance the new material design, new material development, or certain new alloy development. Okay, and with material scientists, expertise in the scientific domain, they can be going for certain kind of training, because suppose in a steel industry or any manufacturing industry or metallic industry, people used to believe that experience is very important part. But now we are going towards the Six Sigma approach, means we have to have a certain kind of data base or certain kind of data driven model based on the existing experienced persons, their skill, their experience. So in this way, we can use certain kind of materials related problems. Suppose about climate change. If there is a climate change in a particular area where one integrated steel plant is there, then what will be the impact of the process of the steel technology? So that climate model and correlation with materials world is very important. Nowadays, people working on that. So these kind of health, security, all the hazards during that process. It is a very hazardous industry if you see steel industry or any metallurgical industries. So at that part also, data science can be a good option to understand, and with the proper cost effective techno-economic or socio-economic approach you can take. So it's all about data that already we know as a computer science persons that we have to handle the data. This is a sizable and great quality of data source. Then we have to go for noise removal. All those technologies very much known to you. So those are very important to take care of the data we are going to get from the actual real-time scenario. Now, this is a architecture you can tell, and we know about the data science. That's just I want to touch upon that. That data science in perspective of materials engineer, it is like that certain previous data, it can be a huge data, structured as well as unstructured data we have to get, and then we can go for certain kind of techniques so that the data clustering will be there, and data mining means get the data in the proper form as required for the solving the particular problem. And then different approaches, it can be a soft computing approaches, it can be big data approaches that will be correlated as shown in the picture, and then we get from the data as the input and insight of the process, insight of the underlying physics, insight of the underlying mechanism. So you can tell if you want to understand the material technology in better way, then you have to go towards the physics based data science, or you can tell science based data science, means chemistry, physics, these part. Till date we are only mainly focusing on, as a data scientist, on statistics and mathematics of the data science part. But for metallurgical problem you have to go for physics based data science, and some of the approaches today I want to discuss in subsequent slides. So as a whole, it is a PSPP model. What is that? Now, processing, structure, properties, and performance. So you have to process the material, get certain structure, then correlate the structure with the properties, and then performance. So engineering approach, what will be the engineering approach? You need this performance, and then that feedback system, you have to identify the process as well as design the structure of the metal. So it is a from performance to you will go to the processing. And if you are taking scientific approach, that is cause effect approach, that is the processing. If this is the processing, what will be the performance based on the correlated structure and property of particular material. So you can tell the property is a function of processing, composition, and structure. So one is inverse model for the optimization and design, that is mostly technological approach, and another is direct model, that is the function, the property is a function of processing, composition, and temperature for a particular materials system. So this is the overall material informatics architectural structure of the model. You can understand that. Okay. So now I am going to talk about what will be the workflow chart of material information. How you can process the data and how we'll get a particular insight of after developing a particular model. So you can say that users, what are the users? Experimentalists, computational scientists like you, or sometimes I also use certain computational, so I may be a computational scientist. And most important things, material informaticians who are going to develop the model, going to develop the database. So add new data, you have to go. So how will you add new data? Now through experiments, simulation, certain first principle based simulations are there. We will discuss the density functional theory, molecular dynamics, composition, processing, structure. Then performance, we have to go for the performance side. If you look at the workflow, then you see the heterogeneous material database is very much heterogeneous. Why? Now you can get certain data as a numerical value, certain data you can get the picture, that is a microstructure, means structure at a micron level, so that optical microscope structure, means through optical microscope, if you see certain structure of the metal, so that is also data, but that is a pictorial representation of that. Certain numerical data, some properties, some value of particular conditions, those are the data. So data is a very heterogeneous, and getting these two kind of structured and unstructured or heterogeneous database, material database, you have to correlate them. That is the biggest challenge of this part, I can tell, in case of data mining sector. Then you have to go for data extraction. That can be supervised, unsupervised. Then you have to go for data reductions, noise remover kind of thing. Then you have to go for modeling. Modeling means you have to prepare a certain architectural setup for your problem. Then you can check what is the evaluation, what will be the feedback, as this working. So end of the day, user are looking for a new materials for a particular customized application, or they are looking for a prediction of properties. If the same material is there in the service condition, what will be the prediction? And if some users are looking for cheaper material, they will find that costly material, same property, how will get in a little bit of compromission of property for the similar material. So these are the overall, you can tell that identification of key factors which are contributing towards the performance or knowledge of this materials technology. That actually the ultimate workflow or ultimate goal, you can tell, for the material informatics. So material informatics forward and inverse model. Already we have discussed, based on the one part is the engineering approach, another is scientific approach, and based on that, one is forward and another is inverse model. So discovery, if you go for discovery based on the property database, already then is the engineering approach, the technological approach, where you are asking to a particular material developer that I want these properties. Then you design the material, you design the structure, you design the processing technology. Or if you go for feedback kind of system where combinatorial set of materials you create and then go for a predictive model, and then can you get the architecture. So that way you can also go for forward and inverse model. Now, if you look at material science, now my objective for this slide to introduce you that how material technology or material sciences evolve in the with the hand of data scientist or with the hand of mathematical mathematicians, or you can tell computational scientists. So before 1600, empirical science are there. Empirical science means you get certain values, you go for a curve fitting of that values and get some empirical relationship, and then you can give that, so this is the dependent variable, this is the independent variable, and for the timing for that much of domain or range of the data, the independent variable is correlated with a dependent variable at certain function or certain constant combinations. So that is the empirical science used to apply in case of before 1600 in material science. Later on, new things are coming, that is model-based theoretical approach. So that's the laws of thermodynamics is nothing but a model. Not is a you can I have written that first law of thermodynamics, second law, all those laws of thermodynamics are is a model. These are equations based, you can tell. So that now there is a theoretical science are coming to play a role in the understanding of the material discovery or material properties. Now third raising, that is computational science. Now we are having a computers in after 1950, lot of good computers are available. The approach of programming skill is developed. So people are getting a kind of very fast principle based means solving the partial differential equations, and that can be a Schrodinger equation, that can be a Newtonian law of motions. So solving those equations, a different approach people are taking. So one approach is density functional theory, and density means electron density. One approach is molecular dynamics. I basically working on these two area, density functional theory and molecular dynamics. And then nowadays things are become more vast, big. Now lot of data experimentally as well as from these first principle based studies like the DFT and MD. So a lot of data is generated. Now they want to classify, they want to understand the data, make a data-driven model. Then they try to incorporate DFT and MD to get the physics-based model. So the current scenario is going on this. This is a big data-driven science, you can tell, where material science are really looking for, and lot of startup companies in US and other countries are coming for developing such kind of material database. It's a very highly costly area, and people are the prospect is very high nowadays. So now we are coming to a part of material informatics, that is integrated computational materials engineering. My work basically on this area are transformational discipline for improved competitiveness. Means now things are very competitive with respect to cost, quality, as well as the time of production. So no one can give you no industry give you such a liberty that you do experiment 1 year, then give the decision, then we'll work, and experimental cost is very high. So people are telling that we are having a existing data, we have a history in our plant or in our processing technology, in our hybrid material design sector. We will give our historical data. Based on that, you made a model, and computationally you should tell us what we are going to get from your model with respect to guidance of optimization of particular performance of a material. That's all. So if you look at material science, if you start from the material science, then you are seeing that identification of governing equations. So you have to learn material science very well, so that you can identify the governing equations which are govern the physical phenomena or chemical phenomena of a material technology. Then you solve those things using integrated computational science, and then you can use certain computer science technology, so feedback, which can give altruism or improvement of applied computational tool what you are doing. So from the expert of computer science and engineering sector, you can get the help, but we can get the help for the integrated computational materials engineering tool design, and from that we can go for again the feedback system. So application of artificial intelligence, if you can start as a computer science engineer, so your approach will be that application of artificial intelligence for data dependent modeling, which is required for the material system. Then try to develop a tool of integrated computational materials engineering sector, and then you can solve certain kind of problem solution of realistic computational approach, and then you see that the concept of material science engineering is matching with your model prediction. That way, as a computer science, one can start, and as a material science, we can start from the governing equation development, then take the help from computer. So this is a area where real integration between computer science and material science or material science and engineering sector should have, and that is called integrated computational materials engineering sector. This is a part of material informatics. Now, what will be the simulation methodology? Science and engineering, you have to get the science will give you the to set the governing equation. Engineering will tell what is required in the service condition, means boundary condition. So based on these two things, you will get the mathematical model. Then check with the experimental data. Then mathematical analysis, simulation you will do, certain computer software, hardware you will use, and then get the result. And this is the simulation methodology. This is here feedback control system is not so strongly integrated. Okay. Now we have to understand what is the problem scale of a material science and engineering. Material science engineering having a different scale. One is important is energy flow, another is mass flow. These two things are very important. If you go for any kind of material processing technology, any kind of structural optimization, two things is required: diffusion and energy transfer. It can be in the name of heat, it can be in the name of certain vibration or shock wave, whatever the things. So what we need to understand that individual approach, computational approach is fit for which scale. Scale means there is a time and length, both scale are there. Here I am just giving only time scale, length scale. Generally time scale is associated with the length scale. So either of them is works, because this is a one kind of good solution we got from the nature, that if you're looking for very small length scale, then you have to look at very small time scale. So that actually, that integration is there that help us to make the model. So if you look at the PM, the pico scale, then nanometer, then micrometer, then millimeter, and then meter, and beyond. So if you go for lower in the atomic scale, there is a density functional theory that actually solve the quantum mechanics problem that is called certain electronic reactions or certain molecule design. If nowadays COVID scenario is going on, so somebody wants to design drug design or vaccination process design, they can go for the computational using DFT. This is a computational biology area also under this. Then bioinformatics you can tell. Then you can go for molecular dynamics, that is in the nanoscale. People are very very much interested in the nanotechnology. It is because very simple thing. It is because that we are looking for nano. We are not looking for millimeter technology, kilometer technology, meter technology, micron technology. We are looking for nanotechnology. Why is it so? The simple reason is that in that resin, the change of the mechanism or change of the scenario from Newtonian mechanics to quantum mechanics is occurred. Means in the nanoscience or nanoscale, both Newtonian mechanics and that quantum mechanics, means Schrödinger equation and Newtonian law of motion, both you have to take care all the problem. And such thing can be done using molecular dynamics, because molecular dynamics having a two part, one is force and one is mass into acceleration, and calculation of force mainly done by the quantum mechanics. That I will tell subsequent slide. So next thing is microstructure is a continuum scale. You can design certain structure based on the processing parameters given to you. And next you can go for representative volume approach. A lot of this kind of component design, that part can be done. Now I'll go one part for atomistic simulation of materials engineering, science and technology. What it is? So I told that there is one approach that is called DFT, density functional theory. Density is not a bulk density, it is a electron density. Means probability of finding an electron at particular space and particular time. That actually represented by density. That is, we know from our school days, that is psi square equal to psi means wave function, that is the density. So if you can understand the psi, then what are the different things you can predict? You can predict functionalization, what function that particular molecule or particular atomic level material can do. Then how much of energy storage can be done. Now is the lithium ion battery design, those kind of area can be done using this approach. Then crystal structure you can predict, high entropy alloy. The concept is nowadays that the alloy having a multi-principal component, 5, 6, 7 metal will combine and make a alloy. So then you have to understand what will be the crystal structure even, because there are 5 different metal having different crystal structure. They mix together. Then there is a crystal structure will be different. So very fundamental crystal structure prediction can be done using density functional theory. Then nanostructured material you can design, nano-grain boundary, support, nano-twin, those kind of things. Then molecular containers, and I told that computational biology or drug design sector. Then next generation photovoltaic cell, how the optical properties can be different. So molecular electrons, all those things can be done if you know the wave function from the Schrödinger equation for many body electron system of particular materials. So DFT, what is the DFT part in the material informatics? Is a very cornerstone procedure for carrying quantum mechanical simulation, means solving Schrödinger equation based on different boundary condition as your problem will suggest. That's all. And big data can be employed to extraction and processing the huge data generated from the DFT, or in the case of only for generated data from DFT. You can also compare the different approach of DFT, and you can compare the different data set based on, you can find out which model will be more important. And if you want to do DFT calculation, open source platforms, one of them is Quantum Espresso. I used to use whatever I used to do in my research. I not going, I really not believe in getting commercial software. So I'll go for all the open source packages or designing by myself own code. That is my approach. So Quantum Express is also one kind of open source. So anybody can anywhere freely can download, no money involved. So now I am taking one example. This is our publications that a first principle based calculation, if you want to do the mechanical, magnetic and thermodynamic properties of a particular alloy, that is Hussler alloy, that is a technical term, that is half Hussler alloy, that I am not going. Just I am telling that based on the investigation of electronic structure, you can predict magnetic, mechanical and thermodynamic properties without performing, we have not performed any experiment. So without performing experiment, you can give a proper value, because the density functional theory is solving the Schrödinger equation, is a very fundamental equation of quantum mechanics for a material system. So the solution of these things people used to name is first principle based solution. So it can be accepted even if you are not going to validate using experimental data. So my objective for this slide only to share that what kind of different properties can be predicted based on one case study. Some approach or different structure. This is just I want to show that different structure we have done, and we want to understand what is the crystal structure, what is the different magnetic properties, associated values. That is not so important, just overview you can take care. This is the density of states, means at what level what electrons are there, means probability of finding of electron in a particular location based on certain crystal structure. These are the nitty-gritty of this work. It is not so important for today lecture, but I want to share one point from this slide, that all the structure having a different association with the electron density. So electron density is a very fundamental thing to look at to understand the material. And that approach has taken by Cohen and Sam for designing density functional theory, and they got a Nobel in chemistry. Now, next approach is molecular dynamic simulation for material science engineering. Why do we perform MD simulation? One part I told that MD can perfectly represent the nano science level model or nanotechnology level model, because it considers both Schrödinger equation, means quantum mechanics part, as well as the Newtonian mechanics law. How? Now, if you know the from the second law of Newton law of motion, force equal to mass into acceleration. So if you integrate right hand side, that is mass in acceleration, and mass, if you are not considering the relativistic mass concept of Einstein, then mass can be a constant. It can get out of this integrated integral. Then integration of acceleration give you the velocity. Then integration of velocity give you the next position vector. So if you know certain initial position or initial configuration of atomic coordinates, and based on the force you can calculate the next position or next answer. That actually is done by MD simulation. And that MD simulation, the force part, actually you can get the force as well as external, as well as from the solving of the Schrödinger equation, because that is the chi-square probability of finding an electron and how their interatomic forces are interacted. So in that calculation force part, people used to use the quantum mechanics concept. So in a simple thing, in molecular dynamics, both things are considered. So that's why it is a very good first principle based approach to solve nanoscale level simulation problem. Now, very conventionally and organized way, I can tell that to understand the mechanism of the system, experimental don't provide a atomic level information that you can extract from the molecular dynamics. To analyze the noble materials which have not been even synthesized, the material is not even produced, you can analyze that using MD simulation. To get insight about the properties of the material at atomic level, to resolve the behavior of nature on different time and length scale, already I have discussed that. And then to provide the numerical solution when analytical ones are very difficult. So to predict that, verify the experimental analysis. So what will be the architecture? There will be this is LAMPS. This is a open source platform. Using the LAMPS, anybody can download. Is also free, and you can go for just like a quantum espresso for DFT, labs for molecular dynamics. And that is free. Anybody can download, anybody can use that platform. A little bit of understanding of the grammar of syntax, all those things are there in manual. So it is actually initial position, velocities of the particular system. Then you go through the MD engines, means molecular dynamics, certain algorithms are there based on that. And the interatomic potential is the interatomic forces between different atoms, among different atoms calculated based on Schrödinger equation. And as per your system, you can give certain constant and then predict the position, velocity, subsequent times. That's the ultimate thing happened in the molecular dynamics simulator. So how it will have a role? It can be employed to study the different problems from shock wave deformation. We have done certain things on this day. It can be a great approach to understand the mechanical properties. It can be a great approach to understand what will happen if there is a certain climate change, what will be the cloud formation and all this. So all kind of nanoscale level phenomena or atomic scale level phenomena which are need to be addressed based on dynamic activities, you can use molecular dynamics. So it is a very integral part of material informatics when we are looking at physics-based data science. So I am taking one paper of our article as a case study. Here we have done a dynamic characterization of shock wave response of crystalline and metallic glass laminate. Nothing without going inside, I can tell that. Suppose in application, once in the seashore, if you design a material and the tidal force is coming, so that actually several times are hitting the deck of certain deck or hull of the sea, or some flight is going on, then you can go for aerospace cases also. There's the atmospheric tidal forces are there. So that is creating a very high vibration, high frequency vibration. That is a shock wave. And how a material, when two different metal, one crystalline and metallic glass, are nanolaminated, how they are going to react when such kind of shock wave is interacting with them, that can be determined without any kind of experimental study, molecular dynamics, and that is acceptable. This is our article we have published in Acta Materiala. So these are the things, and this is, we have not performed any kind of experiment. So you can check certain pressure profiles, certain activities like how the crystal structure is changing with respect to shock dynamics. Shock is a very high frequency force. So in very shorter time it's going. So that kind of calculation can be done using molecular dynamics simulation. And it is that how the work has been done. Just the blue line, blue part is giving certain crystal structure. This is base body center cubic, and green is showing the base center cubic. How those crystal structure also is transforming due to the shock wave that we have shown, nothing else. And this is a particular ordering of the atoms based on the shock wave. This is also prediction model based on molecular dynamics simulation. Now, third thing, that is in the continuum scale. All this part, microstructure modeling, is required experimental validation, because you are not going to get directly from the atomistic scale the value. So it is a cellular automata, one that concept already known by all the computer scientists. We are using that approach. For us, cellular automata means a cell will be there will be an initial value, and there is a certain updation rule. Based on that, the initial value of the cell will be updated, and based on you can represent certain structure. That as a material scientist we have used one work we have done. So for us, I told cellular automata is algorithm that describes the discrete spatial and temporal evolution of complex system. And here if you can see certain FAA in steel, just for who have not idea about what is steel. Steel is a iron carbon alloy, and a carbon stay in the interstitial part of the iron, and different composition of presence of carbon steel will be the different grade. So in that steel, there is a two kind of phases are more prominent generally. There's one is austenitic phase, one is ferrite phase. So here F is representing ferrite phase and A is representing austenitic phase, and in between there is an interface, color coding is different. That approach we have taken, and based on that, certain heating or cooling, certain external stress, we change the properties, and using cellular automata, we model the microstructure. So this is the, you can tell, one paper we have published, that influence of certain parameter, that is carbon equivalent, how much carbon is there on the phase transformation process. Means one phase means physically distinct, chemically homogeneous, mechanically separable part of a system. So that phase transformation, like austenite, ferrite, already I told, for a dual phase steel, two phases are there. So DP means dual phase steel. So how those microstructure with respect to heating material happen. And if you do the performance, the experiment for all the parameter, then it's a very cumbersome job, because it is very costly, because you have to arrange the heating furnace, then cooling and all kind of hazards. But we have done only based on the approach of cellular automata. So this is the initial microstructure. If you look at figure A, at just top of this, so where all the part is the having two things. One is ferrite, that is darker blue, and one is cementite, another phase. You just remember as a two different phases are there. Then we have heated it, and when we are heating, we use certain governing equation. I told that my material science always provide you the governing equation. One is fixed law of diffusion, and then heating process, how the heat is distribution based on the heat transfer law. So based on that, these kind of phase change, and all red are austenite, final microstructure. And how the things are occurs, you can evaluation, you can see A, B, C, D approach the phase transition based on the carbon diffusion. The black part is carbon, slowly that carbon is diffusing based on the fixed law. So all things are only computational approach. Then we check with the, because I told that this is not a first principle based study. So always you need to validate with a experiment, at least certain values. Otherwise, nobody can accept your result for microstructure model. So now, last part of this lecture I came, that is, what is the future of material informatics? Future is you having lot of data we are going to have. We have to develop a database, lot of database model. We have to take lot of things which are really related to material technology, as well as we have to find out related to environment, because material starting point and ending point both in the environment, or you can tell it will come from environment, it will go to the environment. So that part also you have to take care. Nowadays pollution and all those things are coming based on the plastic uses and all those things. So that source and sink, that should be seamlessly done through the proper data driven model. That is the biggest challenge for material informatics. Source of a particular metal and sink of that metal should converge, so that there should not be any residue with respect to waste. So solid state material technology by computational chips and all electronic waste, how to manage them, that can be done using history, that can be done understanding how the dissociation of material based on biological degradation. All things can be done based on integration, computer science, materials, environmentalist, as well as biologist. So that is the biggest future of our material informatics. So now another thing, as a computer science, the quantum computing is coming. So using the quantum computing, solving of molecular dynamics solution can be done very easily. How? Now that is a qubit concept. So more information can be stored, and molecular dynamics simulation, if I can give an example, nowadays in worldwide, even Sandia Lab of USA, they are having maximum sample size, one specimen size to handle, that is 500 nanometer. More than that, it is not possible in worldwide. It's very difficult. Handling, we are used to handle 100 nanometer max. That also be very higher side, because we used to handle around 10 lakhs atoms. But people are still doing in the higher facilities of computational facility, high performance computational facility in worldwide. They are going up to, you can tell, 80 lakhs, 70 lakhs. But that is also very less. But if you go for quantum computing, you can go for micron range or millimeter range molecular dynamic simulation. We are hoping for that. And for material research, quantum computer enabled material discovery will be the next step. Quantum computer can be used to run molecular simulation for few million of atoms. Already I told, large protein, design a large superconductor. Those things are going to help you. And why it is going to help you? Because quantum computer use qubits, quantum bits, which can store the values 0, 1 and combination of that. So 50% of 1, 25% of 0. So this is you can tell there is a fuzzy system can also work. And our material engineering sector is not a digital system, it's a fuzzy system. So if we can collaborate after getting the quantum computing much more great way when it will come, then it will be a great future for material informatics also. Then this is just a little discussion of quantum bit. It is just for your reference that how in Edwall circle. And for us, this is our XRD spectra Edwall circle. For you, it is a kind of cos theta psi function presentation of Argand plane, imaginary axis, Argand plane, whatever things is there. So, but this kind of concept is in material science as well as in computer science, or you can tell mathematical approach of the quantum computing sector. So that is a converge area for material science and metallurgy, material science and computer science in order to develop quantum computing algorithm, an algorithm which will be applied, which will apply the quantum computing. So quantum computing, material informatics, IBM already designed certain quantum computers, and I have also used that. Is in until now it is a free. If anybody can use the server, IBM server, then certain power of quantum phenomena, quantum computing has been a leap towards solving the high complexity computational problem. So, and mainly the superconductors, the loss of current and all those things can be minimized based on the certain sector. So I really want to convey my heartfelt thanks to Computer Science and Engineering Department of KL University for organizing the 5th International Conference on Smart Technology in Data Science and Communication, and for inviting me to give a talk on this, my very interesting field for me, and I like this sector, that material informatics. And I also want to thank the audience for listening me patiently, what I should say. And things are like that. It will evolve in the future. So some part of my discussion may be over optimistic or maybe not justified towards the reality, because we have no idea how the things will heading way in the coming future when quantum computing will come. That is very important in big way. And this is kind of certain publications I have in 90 publication SCI journal. This is about my activities. You can understand who is speaking for that. And this, my certain books are there. I have published. I have authored 2-3 books. This is my research group activities. We used to work in atomistic modeling of informational material, microstructure modeling, and process modeling, all related to metallurgy, but using computational techniques in our lab. And this is my very research team, and without them I cannot even talk today, because their work I can publish and then I can learn something from them, or they discuss it, and then we are going to get this thing. So I really acknowledge all my members of my research team, and some collaborators are there. We have to go for their from discussion or critical aspect. They correct me a lot of times. I used to be wrong. So I also want to acknowledge them also for my growth, and today I can give the talk based on that. And end of the day, thank you all. And imagination is more important than knowledge. So we have to imagine, we have to understand where we go as per Albert Einstein, Sir Albert Einstein. And knowledge honorable Sir Albert Einstein statement here or quotation here. That's all from my side. Thank you so much again for inviting me to give this talk on the material informatics.
Thank you, sir. I request the participants to raise their hand if you have any queries. will be giving the permissions to ask the questions.
Snangshu, can you hear Snangshu?
Yes, sir. I am hearing you.
Devnada here. What? Yes.
Oh, Devnada, yes, I am hearing you.
Okay, thank you, Snangshu. You don't know what kind of help you extended today to us. It's a nice presentation, and if any question, definitely they will put us. I'll forward you through email.
Sure, sir. Sure, Devnada. Sure. Thank you so much also.
If possible, if you have time, I cannot force you because
No problem. If some directly query will come, I'll reply them. Okay.
If possible, 22 afternoon around 3:30 we have the valedictory. If you can join for 5-10 minutes, it will be
Share the meeting link. I'll be
Yes,
there if possible.
Same link.
22-hour coursework and all those things will start. So maybe there will be some meeting. If not, I'll surely join, sir. Devdanta.
We'll talk to you today night. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So may I leave?
Yes, why not? Okay.
Myself, Dr. P. Pandiraja, and my another co-author is Mr. K. Dr. K. Muthumanikam.
Please share your presentation, sir.
Okay, fine, sir. Sir, it is visible, sir?
No, sir.
Share it.
Please share the desktop at the left side screen so that it will be easy to access.
I choose the PPT and I can share the share.
Okay, sir.
To check from a database also. And the modified LCS graph matching algorithm is to apply to identify the common subgraph and their similarity. You can identify the how much percentage of affected data and how much percentage of not affected data. You can checking within the graph and you can finding the similarity values. How much is a false positive, how much is a false negative rates. And there are few malicious hooks which do not follow the any other 4 affirmation of API functions calls, and to discovering the such hooks is for our scope. Then the first stage is the preliminary stage. In this preliminary stage, you can checking an API based. API stands for Application Program Interface Bus Graph is called ACG. ACG stands for Application Programming Interface Based Call Graph, is generated to show the relationship between the caller and callee. Okay, to run the system process and to run our end user process, then caller and callee process, you can using this ACG, okay, Application Programming Interface Call Graph. And you can checking all the nodes and edges in the ACG graph are extracted from the affirmation of an API functions that are extracted by the referring the system tables, namely the imported address table and the exported address table. You can checking from how much percentage from affected, the how much percentage unaffected. You can using these tables from imported address table and also the for an exported address table. In the stage 2 is whether the malware is detection or not. The main objective of this malware detection stage is to generate a subset of the DG. DG stands for direct graph by referring the query graph. QG stands for query graph, and to extract the few important features such as the graph for node, how many nodes are connected, then how many edges are connected, how many starting nodes are there, then how many isolated nodes are there. Then you can checking from the subgraph. Okay, suppose any malware is present means how much percentage of malware is there. You can comparing them and then existing graph. You are using this ACG method. In this definition 1, a subgraph, a graph is represents G comma V. G is equal to V comma E. G stands for graph and V comma is a number of vertices and number of edges. Then G is equal to G of X is equal to V of X comma E of X contain the starting node and last node. Recently visited in the edges between these two nodes. How many nodes are visited from day to days? From day to days, mean how they suppose you can switch on your system, then how many processes will be running, then how many threads will be running. You can checking how many the number of nodes and the number of processes. That is the lesson V comma E is our number of vertices and number of edges to starting node and the last node recently visited from the edge between these two nodes. A subgraph does not contain a new subgraph. You can comparing from G of Y is equal to V of X and E of Y, but V of Y is not an equal to V of X, where V of X is represented the collections of nodes and the EX represents the collection of edges. You can comparing this how many nodes are there, then how many edges are there, then how many malwares is present here. I mean, you can using this graph notation and you can find this value. In this definition 2, a best subgraph includes all the nodes of the recently generated from subgraph. You can checking this an idea. The central idea graph is similarity to the generator. A subgraph is called as a DG by best matching the QG query graph using the an applied modified LCS algorithm. This is for our applied modified LCS algorithm. In this applied modified LCS algorithm, the input will be given as a query graph and also for data graph is the input. The output will be similarity matching. How much percentage? Our output, our main objective is how similarity matching. How much percentage is a similarly whether the malware is present or not. There's a similarity matching is our output. Then you can checking our procedure, you can find our similarity matching from QG and DG. QG stands for query graph, then DG stands for director graph. You can check the values for starting values of 1. Then you can extract a path from P1 and P2. How many process? Suppose you can run out how many process means how many edges are there, how many vertices are there. You can using this P1 and put there's a caller and callee process. Then the extract the path from P1 and P2. You can list the number of items and you can store it from our query graph. Suppose if the path of P1 and the path of P2 the same label in the every edges mean they can checking the from every iteration process. You can using the for loop for every path to find the similarity using this an LCS algorithm. Suppose whether the malware is present mean you can checking this rval is equal to rval plus LCSA P1 and P2. P1 and P2 is you can extract the path from P1 and P2s. Suppose the node will present means the node which function will be retrieving. Then the iteration function will be again going to process. Then finally you can check in the path whether the path is present, whether the how many similarity are matching from our query graph as well as for data graph our input. You can checking our similarity matching algorithm. You can find the QG and DG. Then you can path with him. If suppose is matching means if R value of P1 equal to R value of P2, then you can using this is a malicious APS call. Otherwise this is a not malicious call. This is our proposed algorithm. The experiment result and discussion will be we have collected a malware sample data sets containing 250 worms and 250 viruses and 250 trojans and 250 begin legitimate programs that use an API hook techniques. In this experimental and result discussion, the begin programs has been collected from the you run the two operating system. One is on Windows 7 and also on Windows XP. Okay, you can collecting from these data sets 250 worms and 250 viruses and 250 trojans and 250 begins. You can run these two operating system Windows 7 as well as for Windows XP. These are the collected machines, you can how much percentage will be detecting from accuracy. You are using this Windows 7 as well as for Windows XP. You are using the API hooking call. You are using this various algorithm. We are testing the various algorithm for detecting this accuracy. You can random forest algorithm. You can check in the worm is a 97.1%, and virus is a 97.3%, and Trojan is a 97.5%. You are using a data mining algorithm. Worm is a 96.1%, and virus will be 96.6%, and Trojan will be 95.5%. In our proposed approach, will be getting the accuracy for 98.9% will worm, then 98.7% is a virus, and 98.8% is a Trojan. Then the another existing method will be on graph edit distance method will be you can getting from 97.6% from worm, then 96.76% is from worm viruses, and 96.2% is a Trojan. Our proposed method is the best accuracy to finding the API hook methods. In our method, you are using the random forest and data mining algorithm. You can proposing the result also. How much percentage you can calculate this from various approach, from random forest approach, data mining approach, and proposed approach. You can getting this similarity value. Maximum of our proposed method to achieve better accuracy value of 99%. I mean, so 98.7%, then 99%, 98.9%. Then you can getting the values of 99% as accuracy value. You can finding this from similarity with the sample from the rest of the two techniques. Rest of the two technique means you are using the random forest method and then data mining approach. Our proposed method is a better result and better accuracy with a minimal false positive to finding these methods. This is a performance comparison of the proposed method. And the method, you can mention this on gray color. In our existing method will be on the GED method is you can mention this in black color representation.
Hello.
Under
Mr.
the limitation.
Can you conclude it? So actual time is
Okay,
10 minutes.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Okay, the final conclusion. Today, the most malware authors we have integrated an API-based hooking method to avoid the detection from an antivirus measures. We present the method that use a graph as a tool to discover the API hook-based attacks, which are based on the misterful system call registers and relations among them. Our method is increased an average of 99% detection of rate over from the existing algorithm. That is my conclusion of your my papers. These are some references.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you tell me what is drawback of signature-based system?
In our signature-based system, so most of the techniques is not under this is malware, ma'am. Suppose you can signature, you can finding the signature, you can getting the input, and you can using the query graph as well as for a data graph. You can generating you can giving some access control policy, and
what are the various authentications you are considering?
ma'am,
authentications for the security. What are the various authentications you are considering?
Ma'am, here in our my paper only to present whether the malware is present or not. You are using the graph-based method only, ma'am. You can checking authentication means how much percentage will be an effectively utilize these number of nodes or number of process to be executed from the end user, ma'am. You can check the authentication means you can find whether the malware is present or not. You can using this in the malicious softwares.
Okay. What is false positive rate?
My false positive, when you can comparing the existing method and you can comparing our new method. Okay, how much percentage will be on false data will be there. Okay, suppose in our false positive rate means suppose the minimal number of false positive rate in our proposed method, ma'am. In existing method, we are using the false positive. It's very high, ma'am.
Can you list out? Hello.
Sir, tell me, sir.
Can you list out some existing mechanisms?
The existing
which are
mechanisms
already detecting malwares.
Yes, sir. You are using we are comparing these method only from random forest algorithm and the data mining algorithm, one then graph edit distance algorithm only for you can comparing this, sir.
So your comparison done only with those two existing mechanisms, no?
Three mechanism for random forest algorithm and data mining algorithm. That's a graph edit distance algorithm only, sir.
What do you mean by data mining algorithm? Which algorithm you are using? There may be several algorithms.
For k-means, ma'am, for k-means.
Any other questions from audience?
Any questions from the audience? Please raise the hand. We'll be giving the permissions to you. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present your paper, my paper, sir. Sir, my another paper is also from paper 2, sir. Sumati ma'am, myself, sir. Paper ID 2 also, sir.
Please start the presentation, sir. Please stick on to the time.
Okay, fine,
8
sir.
minutes presentation, 15 minutes queries.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Sir, please share the presentation, sir.
Yeah, sir. Now it's visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Visible, sir.
Yes, sir. It's visible. You can proceed further.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. My one of the co-author will be again to join from under discussing from after proposed work. I conclude for only for introduction and existing only, sir. The proposed algorithm will be discussed. The another co-author is Dr. Kesumandi, sir.
So whatever it may be, please stick on for the 8 minutes and 2 minutes for question and answers.
Okay. Fine, ma'am. Okay, shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, start.
Okay, ma'am. Today, discussing my paper present is e-healthcare patient information retrieval and monitoring system using an SVM support vector machine. My paper ID is 002. The two authors, the first author is Dr. Kesumadi, an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, KSR Institute of Engineering and Technology in Tiruchengodu, Tamil Nadu, and myself, Dr. Pandiraj, associate professor, CSE, M. Kumarasam College of Engineering, Karu, from Tamil Nadu. And continue my paper, presenting my paper. The abstract will be in today's scenario, the healthcare problem are increasing at a high level, but the most of the hospitals are not having the sufficient nursing and staff to overcome this problem, to monitoring the system, to gaining the importance. The main objective of the patient is surveying the devices. It is to protect the patient in the intensive care unit from ICU. The system is used for analyzing the patient essential movement and to send the report to the continuously to the doctor through the help of the cloud service provider. Okay, with the help of the support vector machine algorithm to get the data, whether the compared with the available previous data, you can check whether the any anonymous reporting is there, means you can send the report from our doctor, then ambulance, then other person also. Then if you compare the value to get the reach from about the threshold value or below it threshold value, then it is a precaution message to send from the server, cloud service provider to the end user from the doctor or relatives and the other persons also. The server to send the notification message to the caretaker and providers from the guidance for giving the first aid, reduce the work to pressure, and to also the system to overcome this, to nursing the staff from the shortage of the problem. The biomedical data of the patient to send the through the server with the help of the wireless communication network. The data will be displayed on the mobile phones as well as the laptop using an web browsers. The details of the survey will be done. The first paper will be the title of the paper is a survey and healthcare monitoring management using an internet IoT. The name of the proposed author will be J. Saval, then Kate, then Kutte, then Actually, in the year of 2017, a journal is an international journal of engineering and technology, IRJET. The another paper will be in the year of 2017. The same method we are using, a survey and healthcare monitoring system using an body sensor networks. Same the another the name of the journal will be an IGT-IMES. Then the another authors Jinga Huli and Paijang and Divi in the year of 2015 to propose the title as remote mobile healthcare monitoring system and based on smartphone and browser server structure. Published the paper as an IRJET journals, and the one of the another the co-authors to present a paper in the year of 2019. The title of the paper is an IoT based patient healthcare monitoring system using an Arduino. The paper will be published in the IJT-IMES International Journal of Technical Innovation and Modern Engineering Science. These are the to making a survey. The survey of healthcare monitoring message management using an IoT. In this paper, they address the body wireless sensor network using the Internet IoT with the cloud computing. Cloud computing is a cloud service provider. Generally, the cloud computing is the massive storage of data which can be updated and accessed by anywhere from anywhere at a then suppose the backbone is an internet. Suppose internet means internet is a main thing for my cloud computing. Then the main drawback of your WS and wireless sensor networks, body sensor network, nodes are not easy to deploy anywhere and comparing from a wider networks. Then the another survey, a survey on healthcare monitoring a system using the body sensor network. Then in this paper, to include the information about the biosensor, which is used to collect the data from the various body parameters and to send the server, which is share the collected data to the hospitals and further treatment. The main drawback of this paper will be the sensor should be in small size and lightweight and low complexity. The another paper will be on remote mobile healthcare monitoring system based on smartphone and browser and server structure. In this paper, we discuss about to facilitate the and end user surveilling screening through the following steps. The first patient to surveilling the devices generally send the daily status through the smartphone with the help of a sensor and a data transmitter via the server. Then the second stage will be the system send the particular information to their family members and to care tracker to making the further treatments. And the finally, in case of emergency, the alarm will be triggered with alert to doctor and nursing staff. The main drawback of this paper will be due to the improper weather conditions. For suppose Wi-Fi signals are not accurate and data are inoperative. This is a drawback of this paper. The another paper is called to present the paper is an IoT-based patient healthcare monitoring system using an Arduino. In this paper, they mentioned about the concept of IoT and the hardware layer. In this paper, we discovered about the role of an IoT in healthcare, such as an RFID, radio frequency identifier, based on the watches and smart cameras and smartphones. The main drawback of this paper will be an constant updation and advancements are needed. These are I conclude my existing system. In existing system, they are the patient's surveilling is not accurate. The system they use the Arduino board, which is not so accurate to predict the patient from vital information. The Arduino board is manually connected to an Wi-Fi wireless fidelity module through the which information is passed to the and cloud with sometimes is not clear. This is from existing system. These are some existing system. I conclude. I draw to the conclude this existing system for patient and monitoring system, heart rate sensor, blood pressure sensor, and temperature sensor. You can store from our Arduino board, and you can send from buzzer and Wi-Fi model to the onto doctor to display this. You can find the from an IC intensive care unit. You can send the data to the there is no to send the data from anywhere. It's an existing system approach. The problem state will be in some hospitals due to the shortage of nursing staff, the constant monitoring of a patients in ICU are not proper. Then only to overcome this problem, the patient is surveilling the system is used. This system is helpful for nursing the staffs to monitor the patient and reduce the stress level of nursing staffs. In our proposed method, the proposed system is overcomes the problems through the you are using this ESP8266 microcontroller node to the an MCU module. In this module to help the transmit the message from the through this on cloud service provider. With the help of the information, we can predict the patient vital signs. This is our proposed approach. The patient to get the data from the various sensor, and you can store the data from a cloud service provider, and you can send the messages to the and they from the end user. End user means the doctor or relatives and other persons. It is our proposed methods. The module 1 is analyzing the body parameter through the sensor. You can measure this heart rate sensor. Heartbeat sensor works on various very basic principles of the up to electronics. You can mention this how much in patient, how much rate will be there from heart, and as well as blood pressure also you can measure this in module 1. The blood pressure sensor is a non-invasive sensor designed to measure the human blood pressures. And the third temperature is a temperature sensor. A simple temperature sensor is a device to measure the temperature through this an RTD, resistance temperature detector, with help of an Arduino kits. And to diagnosing the patient, you can using this an ICU, intensive care unit, and you can send the data from the ICU to the cloud service provider. And this is our screenshot. I can run this module with help of an healthcare monitor. How much percentage will be each and every day. Each and every day you can checking the heartbeat sensor, then every sensor to make this one. How much percentage will be how much percentage will be in how much percentage will be in test these sensors. We are using details of health monitoring for each and every patients. This is a comparison module from a true and false classification model. We are using this only for an SVM support vector machine. Then you can comparing the existing algorithm, and you are using the naive Bayes algorithm, the decision tree algorithm, and zero T algorithm. Already I collected from data sets from Google, and you can comparing the data to the my tested data. There's a 80 into 20%. 80% is training data, then 20% is tested data. You can comparing the true classification as well as false classification, and you can my result we can comparing from SVM. The false positive is a very lower, as well as the true classification is very high. You can comparing the naive Bayes algorithm, then decision tree algorithm, then zero R algorithm. My data will comparing from testing data as well as the training data. The SVM algorithm is the best one. Then accuracy also very high. You can comparing the existing algorithm naive Bayes, decision tree, and zero R. You are using the SVM. The accuracy also very high. There is a 97% will be an accuracy for comparing the for training as well as for testing data from 80 into 20 ratio. And finally, I can conclude the proposed system is used to collect the psychological data to the ill people using the various sensor. The system provides a good support to the nursing staff and the doctors in order to monitor the patient health. The main advantage of our proposed system is effective measurement and accurate conception of low power, low cost, and easily analyze the easy to use. The proposed method you are using the SVM support vector machine. This is our supervised learning. Accuracy and precision are compared with the various approaches such as naive Bayes, decision tree, and zero R. Our SVM support vector machine method is accuracy and precision is 99.42% and 98.8% is giving the better accurate result to comparing the existing methods. Thank you.
What is zero R?
Ma'am?
What is zero R?
Ma'am, zero R means is one type of from unsupervised learning, ma'am. You can collect the data from our supervised learning as well as for unsupervised learning, ma'am. You can collect the data from testing data. You can using this algorithm from zero R.
So, how frequently the vitals are noted down? Is there any time schedule to note down the vitals? You are using sensors, right?
Suppose the body will be any body will be moving means suppose the patient will be there means suppose any movement from left side or right side or from top or bottom means every time will be frequently automatically you can fetch the data and you can send the data from our cloud service, ma'am.
So why you are using navy Bayes and decision tree? Because the data is time series data, so you can apply some other algorithms also, right?
But we are using only to algorithm for comparing from a supervised learning algorithm. We are using these three algorithms only, ma'am.
Okay.
So how can you? What are the measures you taken for the less consumption, sir? In third point, you are saying consumption of low power now. What are the measures you have taken for consumption of low power? Can you state those measures?
Suppose in hospital 24/7 facility will be there from a backups or from a service provider, from internet service provider also, as well as the ICU to giving the full power supply, sir, to working from under surveillance from 24/7 only, sir.
In what way you are saying consumption of low power means?
Suppose consumer low power means suppose suppose one example, suppose 10% of the data, 10% of the battery backup or something means suppose the data will be sending from a sensor to the from the cloud storage means the properly is not updated. Then only.
That's why I'm asking. You are using sensor nodes now here. In
Yes,
what
sir.
are
Yes,
the
sir. Yes,
measures
sir.
you are taking for less consumption of power?
I think
Because
I don't know,
already in
sir.
starting slides you said as a sensor node size is very small.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is a battery life also very small. No? What are the measures you are taking to improve that?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I will refer and tell, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. You can stop screen sharing. Paper ID.
Okay, fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Paper ID 4. Paper ID 4, please raise the hand. Paper ID 4.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are given presenter rights. You please share the screen and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible? Hello, sir. Is my screen visible?
Is visible. Continue.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ashwal, and I, with my teammates Krishna Teja and Trishkesh, we have proposed a project paper regarding number plate recognition. We have a paper ID is 004. We propose this paper from the existing paper to overcome the disadvantages of the existing paper and the system ANP, automated number plate recognition system. In that system, it follows first to capture the number plate and then to identify the number plate numbers. But now here in our system, by using optimal character recognition process and connected component analysis, we can identify first the characteristics and then we can detect the number plate through that character edges. In our paper, the overview of the paper is given like we can first capture the number plate numbers and then we could do the analysis process. These days, in mostly Indian government proposed a system like every vehicle should have a specific font and specific Indian emblem so that it is easier to capture the number plates. But nobody's following that. So that in that cases, to identify such type of number plates details, we can use the system. In this system, we follow the specific types like first capturing of the number plate, and then we will be getting the details to the number plate, and we can identify every character of that. Like if we go through the algorithm flowchart, you could see that at past they used to identify the number plate, and then they used to do character segmentation, and then then they used to recognize the number plate, and then they used to do character segmentation. But now in our process, we first use character segmentation, and then we do the character recognition. after that. Here, if you see that we have some specific flow charts, some sample screenshots also. Like here, first they are in my as pointing of my cursor, you could see that first they'll try to identify the number plate of the vehicle from the captured image, and then they'll be deriving the characters and numbers. But now, if you see this, yeah, this is the way how we try to present our system. Like the first, every character in the image is captured, and then from that the number plate edge is detected. Like first, it tries to capture the Indian emblem or the specific emblem given as per the countries. Every country is trying to portray a specific type of fonts and a specific type of emblem to their number plate system. So that only can be easier to capture. As day by day growing population, everybody is trying to have their own transport. So that also the vehicle count is increasing more and more. To overcome this only, the problem is arised to capturing of number plates. To overcome this, we have proposed this paper. This is our design flowchart. Like first, it tries to detect the object which it want to capture through electronic cameras used at the traffic signals, and there from there it converts to the grayscale one, and it removes the noisy data. The noisy data is nothing but some people try to keep their own symbols or some specific type of styles as they require. Like you could see here, they try to keep some different type of styles as in Hindi and their native language, so that it is actually a false thing that they should keep only in English one, except the government vehicles. Others should have only English type of fonts. So that type of noisy data is removed, and this if it does not follow the government rules, it will generate a challan as per old system, but it followed the new one. It is easier to capture and get a new seller, because these days everybody is trying to keep the new type of font only, so that our number plate system can be more beneficial for the people who are using the new font. And obviously it's a mandatory rule for everybody to use it, so that we on this purpose we try to design the flow, design the system. And in overview, we would like to conclude that this is just a basic idea. We didn't went to more depth, but as per our analysis and with references to previous paper, we try to detect the number plate characteristics from the given font type image number plates. These are the specific references we used mostly in our paper. We used further references also. These three were the main reference papers we tried to propose our paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
So what are the techniques you are using to recognize image?
To recognize the image, we are using OCR and CCA, ma'am. OCR means optical character recognition, and CCA that is used to capture the image characteristics, what type of characters are there. Like in a number plate, we have AP and CA, that type of thing, and numbers also. To detect that, we use OCR, and through after recognizing that, we use CC. CCA is implemented, and by that, the required image font is taken.
While vehicles are move, it is applicable to trace out the number plates, or only when
Yes,
the
sir.
vehicles are in stop.
When vehicles are moving also it is applicable, sir, because in present actually our main motto is to overcome the present model, sir. In present model, it is very hard to capture the moving vehicles. In ANPR is the present model, which is existing model, automatic number plate recognition. In that model, if we have a foggy day or a rain day, on the bad weather conditions, it is hard to capture the image. But in by using this system, we felt it would be easier to capture the images, sir, even though it's not moving or moving also. It does not follow any uniform way of capturing the images. It just follows the rule the required given set of data rules. Like if anybody is crossing the given line or moving away from the traffic signals, like that. Sir.
Any other questions from audience?
Paper ID 15, please raise the hand. Paper ID 15, you can unmute yourself and share the screen. Dear presenters, please strictly follow the time. 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for queries.
Go to presentation mode.
Hello, sir. Is my screen visible, sir? Hello. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, visible. Who is presenting?
Ganesh, ma'am. Ganesh.
Ganesh. Okay.
Our paper name is cotton fine name image with the OpenCV using Python, and our paper ID is 15. And these are our teammates, ma'am. Nagasa Akil and Maudi. And this is the abstract. This article describes a technique for generating cartoon-like images from digital pictures. And the study focuses on various tactics using process when used by layer, providing a product. We usually research how to combine several functions in a specific way to provide a filtered and composite outcomes. And this article provides an example of variety of cartoon fine techniques. Any of the methods given here can be used to turn an obtained photograph to cartoon, including pictures of people, mountains, and trees. These are the contents of the paper: abstract, introduction, and objectives, implementation, and problem statement, and approach, proposal system, conclusion, and recommendations. This is the introduction. Basically, cartoons are pictures of fictional or based on real people figures. And in ancient times, in traditionally animated movies, in which every frame was drawn by hand, and we can see in tradition in hand-drawn animation frames is still relevant today. And cartoonists used to hand draw these cartoons in past, and we have enemy games. It became more challenging for them to do because it take a lot of time and could not be done if it was a mistake. With the development of technology and software in these times, digitalized pictures are created and reducing the human labor and speeding up the process. Compared to having artists drawing by hand, it is more efficient, which is better over time by getting more features added. And these are the pictures we have. When you have an original image, it is converted into pencil sketch and pencil images, and detail enhancement, and bilateral images. The techniques we used here are filter by median techniques and filter by Laplacian filters. Filter by median means it is a non-linear filtering method for reducing noise and increasing edge identification accuracy in the picture. The median filter is frequently used to eliminate noise, salt, and pepper. And Laplacian filter is an edge detector that determines image edge second derivatives by detecting rate at which first derivative is changing. A linear differential problem is treated using the Laplacian approach, using second order derivative. These are the step-by-step implementation methods. And the system's primary use is to turn on. In this function, a sidebar is present, and you may simply build one using the sidebar choose box in Streamlit. When user clicks on one of them, the associated procedure is launched. By default, the pencil sketch string is chosen, and if the condition calls the pencil sketch function with the title to create a bold title. And here, by browsing or dragging and dropping the image into the box cover area surrounding the button, users of the widget can choose their image. The image is displayed after the user has completed selecting it by calling the streamlit function with the necessary inputs. And these are the when we want to convert an original image to detail enhancement or bilateral images, and the pencil sketch image is converted. And yes, it is the problem statement. In this time, so a photograph is scrutinized depends on the strategy using the algorithm. The most widely utilized techniques are GAN, Generative Adversarial Networks, a machine learning technique framework, and that creates a new data based on training data, and the OpenCV library, which is used on our system. The existing system is based on the filters that were applied to the input image and the OpenCV library. To construct a custom filter, various filters can be combined or used separately. The most common and most famous filters are the median blur and Gaussian blur techniques and Laplacian bilateral filters. This is the process diagram in which the content image and combination of content image plus style image gives rise to style transfer. This is the advanced technical approach. Image processing includes the critical step of filtering an image. Algorithms, both linear and non-linear, are used for filtering. If the input image has a large magnitude and there is little enough noise, the filter is non-linear. If the input is low magnitude and noisy, it is sometimes referred as a linear filter. Due to of their simplicity and speed, linear filters are the most popular filters. The Gaussian and Laplacian algorithms are used by linear filters, and the median and bilateral methods used by non-linear filters. And the algorithms use pencil sketch and pencil edge bilateral. This is the technical approach of the by smoothing the image and by reducing the noise, we can prevent the edges with the bilateral filters, and the de-enhancement improves the details by sharpening the image and adding detail noise. Overall, the system is successful because it provides satisfactory results with the number of photographs and support will increase. The pencil edge converts the image into one with the most important edges and white fills the insides. This is the original and bilateral images, how the original image is converted into bilateral image. And this is the approach. In the pencil sketch image, we applied the sigma filters and the default Gaussian blur techniques with 25 to 25 pixels of blur image. By increasing filter size, which is also used to lessen image noise, and we can create fine lines from our sketch. Laplacian filter kernels frequently have negative values content inside the arrays in a cross pattern. Since the filters work well with concrete items, the technique produces results that are considerably cleaner and more codified when using with cityscape images. And then this is the de-enhancement image we have. When we take an original image, we can convert it into D. This is the provide system. The goal of this project is to create an innovative application that enables users to apply cartoon filters to whatever photos they want. On a wide range of photographs, the filters are designed to produce beautiful and amazing outcomes. Any of the edge may utilize this interface regardless of system or service provider. It is usually accessible from any device with a browser and an internet connection and with using hosted online. The subject, and there are some considerations when using the detail enhancement filters. The subject must be distinguished from the background in a shot to be considered ideal, and the lighting and the metadata must all be well distributed and not overdone. Here are some of the references we have used here, and this is the conclusion. In this conclusion, we are able to show how a cartoon may be created from an image. Examples of how an image is turned into cartoon are offered. The hardware and software requirements for cartoon images are also shown in this document, and we have listed a few of the difficulties and problems that may be confronting when cartoonifying in captured image. Thank you for giving me this wonderful option.
Can you explain now what is GAN model?
GAN model. It is generative adversarial networks, ma'am. Yes, sir.
What are the various phases in GAN?
Phases, ma'am. Means we have the generator and discriminator. We have components. Two components will have.
Okay, what is the purpose of generator?
Means it is used for image generation and video generation or voice generation. We will use. Ma'am.
How do you remove noise?
Noise, ma'am. Means by using filters we will remove, ma'am.
What type of filters you are using?
Filters, Gaussian filter or bilateral filters or filter by median.
Is there any specific filter to remove a particular kind of noise?
Gaussian.
Already so many existing online editors are there, no, to convert into cartoon images. In what we were proposed one is best. What are the best features we have in our proposed one?
By using filters only, we can convert an image. Means many are an image can be by hand we will draw, no sir. When original image can be converted in ancient times, we will draw by hand and we will show them in cartoon.
Present some online tools are there, no? If you upload some image with the help of some skills, it will easily convert into cartoon images like that. No? Like that, is there any additional features in our proposed one?
Feature means we are using. We want to use K-means clustering algorithm and these median filters and Gaussian blur techniques like that.
Any questions from audience? Okay, Ganesh, you can leave.
Thank you.
Paper number 16, please raise your hand. Paper ID number 16. The participant of 13489 is given as a presenter access. You can start presentation.
Hello, sir. Am I
Yes.
audible? Okay. Sir.
Yes.
Hello. Well, sir, is my screen shared?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You please follow the protocol. Within 8 minutes, you should complete your presentation. Thereby, you'll have a question and answers for 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Now, our paper proposed web designing is a important factor in a successful website. And these are my teammates, which include me as a Fardin, and my other mates are J. Sais, Chaitanya, and G. Prabhakar. As an abstract, the internet going is as a new business medium for a e-commerce website from past 10 years. So as a because internet was going so good, so we have to build a good web design platform for everyone. Hence, our study details has been taken upon understanding the characteristic features of a good web designing for a successful e-commerce website. However, there is no optimized design features for a good sold and different websites for consumers to consume their products. As a accessibility and as applying the accessibility and usability for those websites, we conclude this following paper. The contents for our papers have effective factors for a successful e-commerce website and web design, why web design is the importance in a e-commerce website and usability of a web design. For introduction, as a sequence, there has been major increasing in complexity and organization are questioning how to get the best result from our websites. So by understanding, first step is by understanding what people want from our website and building that website with the help of our creativity and to give as a result to our consumers or customers. What web design has to be contains. It has the analytics, bound rates, landing page, content, site trafficking, and A/B testing, eye tracking, and site speeding. What are the effective ways for a successful e-commerce website? In recent times, a large number of studies have attempted to determine which aspect contribution to the website success. In recording, market literature has been emphasized that consumer perspective is a define how a successful e-commerce website should be. As a findings, we conclude that the user perspective is very important for a successful website. However, external factors also added for this study to determine the scale of the website have to be success key role in the website to create a website. As according to the findings, the most important characteristics of e-commerce website in order to enhance the shopping, purchasing, or security and protection of the personal data. The quality of visual designing and requirements to provide navigation to meet their needs. As a proposal and a result, the significant showing of high quality information, strong content, and effective and appealing navigation system become clear to the consumers to have the advantages. It is the advantage for a e-commerce websites. And as a for a e-commerce website, what are the characteristics? These are the first is the customer satisfaction. Then cost of that website. How to maintain that website with the what are the findings of that website, and third is infrastructure. How the website will help to the consumers, and third one is awareness and knowledge by how to aware our website and what this website will do to the consumers. And what are the now another factor is web designing. Why web designing is an important factor in the e-commerce website? A successful web designing coherent and useful for a form structure which is planned to meet proposal of the consumer search. The study found that the aesthetics of the website design has to be significant impact on the successful website. If the looks of the website is important aspect in improving the information perspective, which allows to the better mapping and evaluation of design making. And another and as a proposal, we got as a result as a large portion of empathy is the important factors for, such as accepting the appearance and simple navigation and having security and privacy of the consumer data, and these values influence customer behavior. In the e-commerce website contains web design is a website success is critical. The lack of consumers in this study, how those factors should be addressed appeals is unusual. Therefore, it appears that a set of principles should be defined in order to construct interface that satisfies both user and the business requirements. Here are some visuals of the how should the website will be. Next. As a usability, how a consumer will use our website. As usability is a easiest factor that we can attract the users to use our website. Corresponding the factor that determine a site's usability must error-free location of information, e-commerce transaction with ease between user or customer satisfaction, reminding the organization of site and the other functionalities. Usability isn't the only factor that to consider when it comes to the website success. It's clear that it contains and popularity plays as an important role. These concepts are very broad and they must be criticized and enlarged into the more precise and through rules that can be examined in more straightforward and maybe more standard manner that can be quickly implemented. Users, on the other hand, will select the site that more efficient and satisfied which website they can be satisfied. As the same work between the two different sites. And here the key factors for e-commerce website. First, their website has to be some knowledge about between the customers and providing high quality images information like images and videos which help the customers, and we have to optimize the and also with the high quality we also have to optimize the website for consumers easy to learn and loyalty. If for e-commerce website, loyalty is one of the factor to attract the consumers, and security with we didn't have to budge on the consumers security and privacy, and giving the latest version of our application and organizing all this in is the main factor of the successful are the factors of the e-commerce business as a website. These are the reference and our conclusion is the rapid growth of internet in recent years has been accompanied by the intensity competitive environment. This study focuses a specialist lecture and empathic data on the primary characteristics that influence a company's level of a success in internet commerce. To begin, it seems reasonable to evaluate the visual attractiveness of the website. Secondly, the user availability to navigate through the website must be examined with particular attention paid to this simplicity and availability. And that is and this is our paper conclude that why the web design is an important factor of a web, successful website. Thank you.
While web designing, you said security also one of the important steps. How you are going to provide for security to the website?
Yes, by providing without any budging on the their privacy security, sir. But by changing the resetting password once over 6 months, like that we can by doing this we can't. There is no. Yes. Sir, someone.
Are you providing any different architecture?
Yes, ma'am. By resetting the password or by resetting password for every 6 months, by doing this, we can avoiding the security breach from the website, sir.
Other than that, are you proposing anything how you can enhance the security?
No, ma'am. By now, this is the best way to enhance it, sir. But by another way is by resetting, by applying a different password for different websites, sir. Website.
Okay. How you secured your content, website content?
By changing once a 6 months, ma'am. By changing it, the data will be old, ma'am. The previous data will be old, which can't be determined to how to attack on that customer personal data, ma'am. By changing the data for every 6 months.
Okay, ma'am. What is your name?
Fardin, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions from audience?
Audience having questions can raise the hand.
Okay, you can leave Fardin.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Paper ID 17. Paper ID 17, you are given presenter rights. You can unmute yourself, share the screen, and you can start your presentation.
One minute. I'm going to share my PPT actually.
There will be a share button at the down bottom. You can click on that and select the screen 1. Do not select your presentation, you select the entire desktop.
I already clicked the share button. Allow WebEx to share your content. And in system preference, open system preference. I already given permissions.
One stop screen sharing and do it again.
Share. Actually, it is showing allow WebEx to share your content.
You are already allowed, sir, so that. 1 minute, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Now please check it, sir.
Actually, security and privacy.
Now again share the screen, sir, please.
Okay.
You please select screen 1, which will be at the left side once you click on share button.
Screen
There will be
actually
screen 1 at the left side.
Is there. Bottom share is there. Actually, it is
Yes, if you click on the bottom share.
Okay.
What it is giving?
It's asking
screen or application, right?
Open system preferences. I already given permissions. Yeah, please.
See, this is mine.
Okay, fine.
Now you check. 1 minute.
Grant access in system preferences. I already given permissions. Cisco.
No, sir. It will be visible to you, but you need to share screen 1. Now you click on screen 1.
Be able to recommend this.
Are you please log in from the other device?
I think it is better.
Yes. Meanwhile, we'll go with the other presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Paper ID 23, please raise the hand. Paper ID 23, you are given presenter rights. Please share the screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. You click on presentation down at the bottom. Yes, thank you. Mention the paper ID before you start presentation.
Yes, sir. My paper ID is 23. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. Let me introduce myself to you. I'm Tejashwi Talur, pursuing my BTech from KL University. Today, I'm here to present our manuscript, Identifying River Drainage Characteristics by Deep Neural Networks. The main aim of this work is to provide environmental protection and sustainable development to manage network of reservoirs and canals for identifying inner water link underwater. Continuous monitoring of river width, speed, flow, and longitude images of river are analyzed by time series and AIoT technique to predict the path and the trace of direction of inner and outer flow of the river. At the same time, get prediction of data and images on soil elevation and erosion. Extract the significance of river drainage images from high resolution multispectral satellite by framework is developed to identify river drainage characteristics such as inner water link and predict the river path by its width and longitude and compare the images after natural calamities. Introduction of our work. Here we are taking various river drainage images by using multispectral images which are of high resolution, and it is a challenging task in deep learning. These multispectral images is main source of information for generating and updating topographic river and drainage data. To identify the different drainage patterns from high resolution images gives more clarity to identify the skeleton of the drainage system so that we can predict the river flow. We mainly divided our work into two main categories. They are identifying various size and shape of river drainage from the raster data images. And second module is generate river drainage image by spatial, spectral, angular, and temporal model. Coming to the first module, that is identifying various size and shape of the river. In this module, we are having different shapes and sizes. River flow image by erosion are of different types. Some among them are horseshoe, scarce, sandbar, sidebar, and scroll bar. Drainage patterns. These are based on the land elevation and rock types of the drainage pattern, varies by its geological structures. The flow of our process is means the flow chart of our process is identifying high resolution multispectral river drainage images. This is our first step, means that is identifying the images of the river from the satellite. And second one is to classify river drainage path flow by deep learning models. Here we are using LSTM model for classifying the river drainage path. And third one is to train by knowledge-based engineering to find regularities and irregularities in the river path and shape. That means here we are finding whether the river path is changing by any natural calamities. Like that, here we are finding. In this paper, we have used LSTM model and grayscale for image classification. For visualization, we have used PyShards module. Coming to the LSTM model stands for long short-term memory, which is a special kind of recurrent neural network used in deep learning. It uses a series of gates which control how the info in a sequence of data comes into or stored in. LSTM has three main gates: forget gate, input gate, and output gate. Here we took input images in the form of raster data. Raster is nothing but a voxel level data. It stores the image in the form of voxels, and the PyShard library is designed to help with the processing of digital elevation models. It is mainly used for the visualizations of river drainage systems like that. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you can proceed.
Continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The conclusion of our paper is the assessment of river flow is necessary for environmental planning, which is used to understand the current situation and it is possible route changes. Normally, extraction of river images by pre-processing and analyzing by filtering, smoothing, etc. In addition, improving multidimensional river images by averaging a sequence of images with its depth, latitude, and longitude is proposed in our paper, so that we can identify whether the river path having any deviations, like that we can identify from our results. Thank you, sir. Hello.
So what is the main purpose of your proposal, no?
Ma'am, means let us take an example. Currently, we are having a floods in Godavari, ma'am. If we predict the river flow, means if the rain means it comes to rainy season, if the weather is like this, if we predict that water flow may distract from its actual path, it may get flood. So if we here we are identifying that whether the river path is deviating or not due to the natural calamities, so that we can prevent further destructions which is caused by the river overflows, floods, like that.
Okay, can you explain about LSTM, how you are using LSTM for that?
Yes, ma'am. In LSTM, we have taken a gates, target gate, input gate, and output gate. In input gate, we are giving our input data, which is in the form of raster data, and using LSTM model, we have predicting the these patterns, ma'am. It is the river flow patterns, which is called as a inner link and outer link.
So are you using for image analysis this LSTM model, right?
Yes, ma'am. And for
To
visualization,
analyze these images, for analyzing these images, you are using LSTM model.
Not analyzing this image. This is the result image, ma'am.
Okay. So why you are not using CNN? Have you tried with CNN?
No, ma'am, not actually.
I have a question, can I?
Have you tried with CNN model? Because it is images. Why you have chosen LSTM model? Can you justify?
No, ma'am. Actually, we have chosen the LSTM model and we want to do in that. No specific reason. Further, I will deep dive into that, ma'am, for other paper.
Okay, Tejasvi.
No,
Any other questions?
I have one question. Can I, Tejasvi?
Hello?
Tejasvi,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me?
Sir, I can't hear your voice
hear you.
clearly, sir.
Okay. So nobody can hear me, yeah?
Yes, sir.
It is audible.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. So you told you will predict the river trajectory, okay? How it will flow during the flood, how it will work, how river will flow. All this you can predict through your model, isn't it? You told like that.
So means we will predict the means water flow. It is the here it is having a part.
If water flow will be, say, will more water flow or water will come more. Okay, so
yes, sir.
how you will predict? That is not clear actually, whatever you are giving the model.
What, sir?
It is not depending on the, it is on depending on your prediction, what I see, what I feel. Because if more water will come during the rainy season in the river, so
yes,
the
sir.
flood will come automatically. Okay.
So means here we are predicting this image using the speed of the water flow and the longitude and latitude and width of the river, sir. So if water come in rainy season, the water flow
That is
is
already
more.
there. No, that is already there. The plateau already there. from that plateau, the river is flowing, already existing thing.
Yes, sir.
So if you take image, what additional thing will come in the image?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is not clear to me. What madam asked you, what first question you think, what actually you want to do? From there, I am asking you this question only. Because the answer you explained, the image you will take LSTM, ANN, GA, whatever you tell, that is the latter part. But the image you will take, by that, how you will understand the longitude, latitude, plateau, etc. You cannot understand anything because it is already there. It is already well known, popular for entire in India. Wherever the rivers are there, everything already well defined. So what additional thing you are doing, that has to be very clear.
Yes, sir.
The latter part, I may not use LSTM. I will use some STLM. Okay, XYZ, whatever, that I am not worried about that. I am worried about that. Yeah, the image you took, actually what is displaying now on the screen, what is the meaning of this? What it defines?
It is showing how river is flowing, sir. Means
that is already there. River is flowing, how Godavari is flowing, how Krishna is flowing, where the dam given, everything well studied. What additional thing you have done, that is not clear. If you redo the thing, so definitely what additional thing you have done, you have to highlight that one. So that is my suggestion, but I understand.
yes, sir.
So
Sure, sir.
you told no, next paper I'll write another paper, you told no. So that I am talking this. So
means I'm telling I will develop myself more and I can show it in other further papers. I told like that. Sir.
Which year you are? Fourth year. In which year you are studying?
Third year, sir.
Third year.
Third year completed, yeah.
Third year completed, entered into fourth year.
Yes, sir.
Huge study is required. You cannot directly tell like that you took some image and you are using LSTM. That will not actually create any meaning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so why you are using, what actually the work, what algorithm you proposed, all this will come into the discussion. If you go to the previous slide, please go to previous slide.
Yes, sir.
Go back, go back. Go back.
This one, sir.
Full of punctuation mistakes also. Multispectral river drainage. What is that? What is the use of this?
Sir?
What is the use of this multispectral? There is a multispectral is an image. River drainage image. Is that any type?
Sir, actually we have collected river images which is taken from the satellite. Means from internet we have collected the satellite images of the river, sir.
That is not authentic. If you come to the data, image data of the river image data, that is not the authenticated data. So you may not get the good result on that. Okay, all this deep discussion. You think more how to highlight your contribution, your work, that will be more important.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All the best. Try to improve your paper as per the suggestion of the reviewers.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Can I stop my sharing?
Yes, yes.
Stop.
Paper ID 25. Paper ID 25, you can share your screen and unmute yourself for the presentation.
Good Good afternoon, sir. Is it visible?
Please make it presentation mode. Last corner, up arrow, top right corner. Yes. No, not that one. Sorry. Show tabs. Click on show tabs. Click on show tabs, madam. There itself, right top corner. Madam, start your presentation.
Okay, start the presentation. Take 10 minutes to explain.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, madam. Today, my name is V. Devi Satyasri, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. V. Srikant, KL University, Vijayawada. And my presentation is on a hybrid multi-user based data replication and access control mechanism for cloud data security. And the contents are introduction, motivation, and so on. So, coming to the introduction, data partitioning is a vital concept, and most of the traditional machine learning uses static metrics, that means fixed parameters, limited data size. Because of high computational and processing time, if data is huge, computational time increases. So in this work, it is implemented in two phases, that means data replication phase and multi-user data access security phase. And initially, machine learning patterns are replicated among the multiple servers for data recovering phase. In the multi-access cloud data security, a framework hybrid multi-access key-based data encryption and decryption model is implemented on machine learning pattern for data recovery and security phase. And therefore, accumulation of such large amount of data requires the development of data management and techniques to manage the bulk of data. So in a cloud environment, when the user requests the information, and if it is not present on one partition, then it is completed by another partition. Such behavior in the cloud has been easily tracked and patterns are easily identified. Such type of patterns called the data access patterns. So coming to the motivation, the prime objective of every access control mechanism is to restrict the actions of users or programs to run on behalf of users. So the process of access control generally depends on other security measures of computer system. Access policies are enforced, reference of the monitor, and consider all attempted access of a user. So public key approaches generally depends upon computationally hard problems like integer factorization, discrete logarithm, and elliptic curve relationships. According to these algorithms, public key approaches are computationally easy for users in order to construct their own cryptographic keys. It is quite infeasible to disclose the secret key by knowing the public key only itself. Apart from symmetric cryptography encryption and the public key encryption share its public key without compromising in data confidentiality and data integrity. The issues of the traditional party-based security models are the most of the traditional models depend on the data size and limited ciphertext size. As the size of the data increases, the communication time between the cloud client and the server increases exponentially. So as the time of data increases, the integrity verification time in the attribute-based encryption increases exponentially. Also, most of the traditional hash techniques are failed to process verification before the data uploaded to the cloud. So in cloud computing, the access control mechanism manages the control and its various issues of cloud data. It is able to process the allowing of denying access policies of cloud resources according to several related rules and protocols. So the prime motive of above access control mechanism is to satisfy, that means the cloud applications generally vary according to many factors such as load balancing, bandwidth, and data size, security, and so on. So the cloud service providers provide efficient different access strategies according to the access control mechanism. A poor access control mechanism will make the whole cloud server vulnerable to many attacks. So some commonly available access control mechanisms are discrete access control mechanism, mandatory access control mechanism, and RBAC and ABC. In discrete access control is the principle of restricting access to objects based on the identity of the subject. And similarly, coming to the MAC, a method of limiting access, that means resources based on the sensitivity of the information, that the resource content authorization of the user to access without the level of the sensitivity. You define it may be means of security label, etc. And this is the overall framework. So data patterns are connected and perform integrity computation. Integrity computation is perform and address the correctness of data and perform hierarchical ciphertext policy attributes encryption model. So this policy-based encryption model, it defines the three initial phases. That means in the three phases, perform first one is key initialization, and the second one is encryption, and the third one is integrity-based secret key generation. So to generate key for the patterns using the integrity-based secret key generation by partitioning the data with partitioning techniques. For example, data is partitioned in 5 servers. The key generated for each server, it was then accessed by single user or multi-user. Shared, then each and every user use the data. If it is unshared, then single user only generate the key and access the data. So in this encryption process, the patterns are encrypted and stored in the cloud. That means the patterns are partitioned before placed in the cloud, they will be encrypted. So this is the proposed algorithm. So in proposed algorithm, integrity computation is performed. So initially, secret key K is defined. So the secret key K is dynamically defined, and partition input data into M blocks with size 8, and then perform the block processing. For example, if block size 128, that is here
Your voice is
of
breaking.
equal to block partition, that means 32. Then repeat the loop for each block.
Your voice is breaking. Check your network
Please check
and,
your signals.
and conclude it. Already 10 minutes are completed.
Your voice is not clear. Please check your signals.
No,
Madam, your voice is not clear, madam. Please conclude the presentation, please.
Processing.
No, madam, you are not clear. Please conclude it.
So in this we perform the subblock processing. That means mat underscore y equal to sigma of n. That means e power minus sigma k minus mu by rho by 2 rho. Here rho is the random value and n is the size of particular block, and e minus summation of k mu. Here k is the constant initialization parameter and mu is the mean of particular block. Then we compute the mat underscore y. So here mat underscore y we get matrix representation values. Then we perform normalization of mat underscore y. Normalization is nothing but perform modulo operation for each and every matrix value in that mat underscore y. Then normalization of mat underscore y is eta. So then we compute h1, h2, h3 values. Here h1 is the SP of I. Here SP of I is a subblock processing the step by value. H2 is f of SP of I. And similarly the log of lambda into e power minus lambda by sp of I minus tau by 1 plus e power minus lambda by sp of I into tau whole square into Poisson distribution. Here lambda is a mean value and sp of I is the block value, and tau is nothing but a constant initialization parameter, and it is obtained by the
Madam, please conclude, madam.
distribution of eta. That means mean
Madam, please conclude, madam.
Hello, Devi Satya, your voice is not audible. Conclude it.
and input data is partitioned to this work mechanism is designed and implemented on the cloud servers. So most of the conventional models are difficult to recover the user's machine learning patterns due to high computational cost and memory constraints. So in this work, a hybrid data partitioning based data replication model is implemented on the user's machine learning patterns for data recovery and decision making process. Ma'am, am I audible?
Are you using any different access control system? Or you are just identifying the patterns? Hello, Devi Satya. Am I audible? Hello, Devi Satya. Am I audible?
Madam, we'll move to the next paper, madam. There may be some network problem. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Paper ID 24. Please share the screen and start your
Sir,
presentation.
shall I leave the presentation?
Yes, madam, you can leave.
Thank
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? Hello, sir, can you all hear me okay? Hello? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, it is visible. Go to the
Presentation.
slideshow. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Please carry on. Please stick on to the time. Please try
Yeah,
to
sure.
conclude within 8 minutes.
Okay, sure. Hello everyone. So thanks for this opportunity. So my paper number is 24 and I'm Anil Kumar and I'm going to present a paper which is relevant to the multi-disease prediction. So it's all about predicting around 8 types of diseases based on the patient actually historical data. So example like diabetic, lung cancer, breast cancer, liver tumor, COVID-19, heart disease, cancer disease and all. For these things, actually, basically, I'm using the data set from the Kaggle. So these data going to work here as a input for these data sources. So it's all about like the healthcare actually the domain relevant stuff. So
Voice is not audible.
can you hear me?
Your voice
Is it doing now? Hello? Hello?
Sir, there is a lot of disturbance from your side, sir.
Still are you getting any noise?
A lot of work is going on somewhere nearby place and there's a lot of disturbance for your presentation.
Okay, 1 second. How about now? Still the same? Hello? Still the same, sir? Hello?
Please carry on.
Yeah. So it's all about like the all about the healthcare data collection, processing, and future extraction, and correlation methods implementation, and integrated based features extraction, and finally that the classifiers is going to be trained over here to predict the disease which actually going to be happen based on the historical patient data. So that's all about it. For this, actually, using the existing methodologies like RNN, so which actually is proposed by already from few papers. So, but we found that as we have some challenges out there. Example like when you go with the RNN from Mohammed Usman, so who actually proposed it in Wuhan, China. So at the very beginning, this method to predict the same. Basically, with the when you have complex data, because there are a lot of people who want to enter the data when patient come into the clinic. So because the patients don't know very much about the system. Also, like some people can miss to enter about the actual problem. So in this case, actually, the data whatever he is trying to handle with this method, it's not because as we know already. So these actually machine learning methods when you want to implement, most of the times 70% work should be supposed to be done on the data side because it depends on the application user. So it can be stored that the data is even. So that's where they got actually a little bit issues over here that when they're trying to do the training on the RNN by using RNN. So basically this method here, what we are proposing is completely about the data mining first. So it's all about pre-processing the data and the data normalization and also to reduce the complexity and the redundancy, and to keep everything in a proper database instead of just in all the times in your files, so that we can determine all the data types as well. Also, like we can able to easily clean up by using any ETL process, again by using Python or any ETL scripts. So that is actually one kind of proposal which is going to be added to this new method, whatever I'm proposing, based on the existing challenges. Same way, like there were actually a few more methods which I'm actually going to use over here, like ADNI, which will help us about the magnetic resonance imagining, which is a MRI, so that we can able to get all the whatever actually MRI scans is telling, so we can be able to observe that from the event by using this method. And by using SVM, so SVM also has been used already in one of the method in the existing method, but that is just to improve the actual hardware performance and all. They have used it, but here actually we are going to use to work on the regression and to find out all the outliers, so that actually on the data cleanup even it can help. So this is going to be a kind of enhancement to the existing model. And actually the final proposal model which actually we can give is here is going to help finding all the relevant features like mean and medium, and also correlation, which actually going to be modified on the existing models. Also, like the classifiers is going to be trained as usual. So this is going to be called as improved chain square method. So this is actually based on all the existing methodologies, also like the improvements to the actual mathematics whatever existing. Over here, like the regression and also actual actually PSO again going to be used, but the training was like for the processing, for the data normalizations and everything. So ETL is going to be added. So that is the extra thing which we are adding to extract all the relevant features on the medium. So the drawbacks, whatever actually I was tracking, everything actually noted down over here. So when we go with all these papers, like around 8 people are considered as a major part for this. So from all these things, still actually they're trying to predict same, but not for 8 or 9 diseases, just to predict based on the patient history what kind of disease may actually happen, so something like that. But still, it's not that much accuracy. So, on the same, I'm trying to extract and trying to give accurate disease prediction by using a hybrid deep learning framework. So this can help you when you upload the patient data. So it can help you like, okay, with a high accuracy, like around 70 plus or 78 plus at the very beginning, but still it's going to be improved. And just to understand about higher reliability, and also like if you have a huge amount of data, even though it's going to be take only very relevant data features. So it's meaning like, let's say if you actually entered the data which is not relevant to the method, it will just keep it in the outliers, and it will ignore while it's considering to showcase actually the actual disease prediction. So as I said at the very beginning, so the set gaps actually about the right now the existing papers, very huge complexity on the data side, because the data is not really very clean, so it's very dirty. And also like for the large applications, the SVM is not actually supporting in, as you know.
Sir, please conclude, sir.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so we here actually we're going to I'm going to propose this model self-implementing batch algorithm, so which is SAIT. So where actually we will show now we will do this processing on the data link panel. We are going to input the data, and we are going to pre-processing this, and we are going to do the method validation, cleanup, and redundancy reduction and everything, and feature extraction on the static features, modified correlation, and the indicators of the technology. And this is everything is going to be with the Python libraries, and finally is going to be a chi-square, as I said. So the future improvements, we're going to predict this. This prediction outcome will be going to come over here based on the quantum net and the Bicro. So that is all about the proposal. So here, the major thing which I'm going to achieve is here going to be remove like false negative rate and false discovery rate, also like the with their data redundancies, negative prediction values, and all. So that is all about the conclusion here. So to predict these 9 diseases, so this can help us on the more accuracy. Yeah, that's all about actually about the conclusion.
Panel chairs, any questions?
Can you tell the deep learning classifies? Deep
What is it? I'm
learning
sorry.
classifies. Deep
So
learning classifies.
Which I'm going to use or what
In
I
the
prefer?
previous slides, now what you were using here.
Here actually,
Some
I'm actually going to
slide
come.
would say writing.
Yeah, that's what. So what we were having here like LSDMS as well as RNN and CNN as well. Hello. 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 So can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up? Can you guys hear me? Like at least my name, my voice. I don't know from SAR side.
There
Or
was
my
a
side.
network problem, Anil.
From my side, you mean?
Yes, there is a lot of disturbance echoing from your device.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was telling like I was using actually conventional neural networks, so just
1 minute,
CNNs.
Anil. Paper 30, please be ready. Raise your hand, please. Paper ID 30. Yeah, please carry on.
Yes. So which is CNN, and I was saying about multi-layer perceptors, which is MLPS, and deep village networks, DBNS. So that are actually major things which are going to be considered over here. Even auto endors. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anil. Paper ID 30, please share the screen and start your presentation.
So can I drop off from here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, you can share the screen. Start your presentation and please conclude within 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear, and your presentation is visible. You please carry on.
All right. I'm presenting a paper titled Delivering the Goldfinger Attack in Blockchain based on the topological properties. I had the privilege to work with Professor Ogudo from the University of Johannesburg. So this is the outline of our presentation. The introduction and motivation of our work. Nowadays, blockchain-based application are gaining more interest, covering many fields, including financial services, the Internet of Things, and so on. Cryptocurrencies expect extraordinary interest since it is a new type of currencies, new method of payment. However, there are still many challenges in blockchain technology, such as scalability and security problem waiting to be overcome. So we are presenting a comprehensive overview of the gold figure attack on blockchain, the implementation and modeling of the attacks into a peer-to-peer network, and analyze the impact of the 51% attacked in the ring, mesh, and full connected topology based on the following metric: blocks found, maximum fork length, and the network and the balance gain. So the methodology, we propose a simulation approach we build three different topology. Firstly, we start with full connected, mesh, and ring topology. So we are using a simulator called blockchain simulator. It's an open source from a browser. It is a tool that can simulate the behavior of a proof of work blockchains. These tools can generate network topology, mimic the behavior of Rayleigh node, simulate how those layouts affect the distributed consensus of the system as whole and measure the outcome. So these tools can can simulate the 51 attack, 51% attack, eclipse attack, partition attacks. So it's a very important tool. So firstly, we divided into two cases for the implementation of this week. The first one is the general network before the golden finger. So each case, we deployed a network composed of 10 nodes connected directionally, one node to the rest of the 9 nodes using alphabetical denotation from A to J with different colors for the full and ring topology. However, the mesh topology is denoted with random names. As you can see, this is the full connected, the ring topology, and then the mesh topology. So beside that, we have, this is the parameter that for the full connected and all the three node topology, this is the parameter for every topology. After that, this is the result we got from the general network before topology. Then the analysis and the discussion for the implementation are based upon the following metrics: the blocks found, the balance, and the maximum fork length. As highlighted in this figure 4, you will see that the result before the attack occurred in the network in a period of 60 seconds, the mesh topology found 682 blocks, followed by full connected topology and ring topology. So in practice, Bitcoin use a random network. It is, yes, a peer-to-peer network, but they use a random. It's an approach of mesh topology. So after that, as the maximum fork in the period of 60 seconds, this disagreement within the block over the speed, block size, and the transaction fees has indicated that the full connected topology can badly occur. The fork on the full connected topology can occur very badly. So after that, we implement the golden finger. The implementation of gold finger attack to simulate the gold finger attack in the network depend directly on the hash rate and the power. So what we want to say is the gold finger attack is what we call the 51% attack. It's when a branch of nodes in the network has more power compared to the rest of the node, as a 51% power compared to the rest of the node. So what we did is all the three nodes have, all the three topology have 10 nodes. We powered the last node with 501 hash rate as power presented more than 50% of power in the network. This is for node G, as I did the denotation with alphabetical, and for ring topology and full connected. And the mesh topology is the name Austin in the mesh topology. So, and then we set the rest of the node to 100%, and the maximum download set is 10. The minimum is 10 megabytes per second, and the maximum 100 megabytes per second. So, and the rest of the parameters, as we can see, the results are shown in figure 5 for the full connected topology, figure 6 and figure 9. Okay. In this case, for a full connected topology, the attacker node with 501 hash rate has founded more than 155 blocks in a period of 60 seconds, and the rest of the node on average 85 per node, which give the control of the balance to the node G, which is the node as we denoted the attacker in the network, and the balance on the average at 35. So the golden figure attack occurred very vastly in the full connected topology, as we can see, and monopolize the network because of the topological connection. The attacker in a full node, in a full connected topology, is directly and duplicated connection with the rest of the 9 nodes compared to the mesh topology. So in terms of the connection, the fork to the ring and mesh topology after the attack, the maximum length in the period of 6 seconds, this disagreement within the block over the speed, block size, and transaction fees occurred 33 times for the full connected topology, and then very badly for mesh topology. So this was the discussion. So as I was saying, and the rest for 53 times for mesh topology. As for conclusion, we propose in our work the implementation of a model of the gold figure attack, known as the 51% attack in a peer-to-peer network. Secondly, we draft and analyze the impact of the attack in the ring mesh and full connected topology. And we say that in practical, Bitcoin use a mesh topology. There is no, the connection between nodes are randomly. So for further work, understanding all the metrics of the peer-to-peer network will be considered for implementing the same attack and its impact. So these are the references for this work. And then thank you for attending. If we have a question.
Hello. Can you
Yes,
explain what are the other types of attacks?
Sorry?
What are the other types of attacks, blockchain attacks?
Sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you well.
Sir, the question is, what are the different types of attacks available?
Oh, the different type of attacks.
Cases.
Yeah, we have partition attacks. There is double spending attack. We have so many attacks in blockchain. We have a balance attack, anchor block attacks, eclipse attacks, fan attacks.
Okay.
A lot of attacks that can
What is? Hello.
Yes.
What is feather forking attack?
Sorry.
Feather
51.
Feather forking attack.
Is when the node in the block are having more power hash compared to the rest of the node in the network.
So are you using this fork after withholding technique?
Sorry, if you can
Fork
come
after
back.
withholding technique or black withholding technique?
I can't hear you well. Sorry.
Hello. Are you not able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Fork after withholding. Are you using this?
A fork in the network.
FAW, fork after withholding.
No, the fork I mentioned in the network is the disagreement between blocks. It occurs after a period, like special for Bitcoin. There is already a setted period for that.
So here you are mentioned 60 seconds as fork length. So are you using this fork withholding technique also? That is my question.
Yes, the 50-second is the time set for every experimentation and observe each topology, each node, how they can gain balance or broadcast a new block or transaction to the rest of the network.
Okay, Mr. Kalingam. Is there any other question from audience? Okay, I think we can move to the next paper. Are you presenting other paper also?
Yes, I'm presenting.
Okay, share it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Paper ID 31, please share the screen. Paper ID 31.
Same author.
Same author, yes. Sir, please share the screen for the presentation. Please proceed, sir. Please try to conclude within 5 minutes, please. Because the topic was a little bit similar. Please try to conclude by comparing with the previous one and try to complete within 5 minutes, please.
All right. So for this paper, it's firstly the title, the Bitcoin transactional computational efficiency and network node power consumption prediction using artificial neural network. I had again the privilege to work with Professor Ogudo and then Dr. Espoir. So for this paper, we are using machine learning to predict the Bitcoin energy consumption. Firstly, before we arrived at that point, blockchain, especially Bitcoin as one of the application of blockchain, amount of the leading technology of the modern time is huge, a lot of energy. So according to the Cambridge Bitcoin electricity consumption as illustrated in figure 1, this is an annual consumption of power consumption using by Bitcoin, represented in 3 graphs for the estimated upper band or theoretically bound and lower bound. So in our study, we develop and discuss the predictability of the power consumption using artificial neural network. So firstly, we described the mining. We say the mining is the process that Bitcoin used to create new blocks and transactions. So the mine receive reward amount of the Bitcoin when a Bitcoin is successfully mined. The parameters that determine the power consumption. Firstly, we have to understand that it's an open source of a network. Difficult to determine the power consumption. So we have to consider the hardware computing power. Each miner in the network are using different hardware. We have to consider the network hash rate, the difficulty to mine a block in the network. So the total power consumption can be calculated with the given equation 1. So we can also estimate the storage of a full replicated blockchain. So the model that we implement, firstly, the model of our neural network, firstly, we started with the data collection. After we calculate manually, we took the data from the Cambridge School release during the same period. And then after the data collection and data analysis, we pass by the data partition. After that, we test and cross-validate the data. We subdivide the train, simple, and then we train the model. After that, we check the satisfaction and accuracy and apply the sensitive analysis and identification of the variable. So the predicted annual power consumption from the same period for our model, we get the given data in the table 3 with the accuracy of 0.97%. So in figure 1, we can see the average annual power consumption of Bitcoin. Or in figure, and then figure 4, we can see the lower. We divided into 3, and then the figure, the final, we can see the peak energy when Bitcoin is at the peak level. So the prediction is dropping down with the increase of futures parameters of prediction. The first direction correlation exists between the mining difficulty with the energy consumption. We said in Bitcoin, if they can reduce the difficulty, there is also a probability that the first probability to reduce the power consumption of Bitcoin. But it's not that easy as well, because reducing the difficulty to mine a block in the blockchain, we are giving probability to the attacker to attack the network. As we propose as Ethereum switch from proof of work to proof of stake. It presents more efficiency compared to the proof of work. So there is a pressing need for Bitcoin to reduce mining difficulty and adapt to the different consensus algorithm or model. So as we say, this paper focuses on the predictability approach of Bitcoin energy consumption using artificial neural network. In the future work, we will try to use other machine learning algorithms to predict. More than that, we will try to compute mathematically the power consumption of Bitcoin and propose maybe other solution to move from proof of work or to ameliorate the transaction time, the average transaction time, and then maybe reduce the difficulty of the network. So this is in short this work. This is the references. Thank you. Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Just one question from my side. So you have
Yes.
mentioned some parameters. So what is this network hash rate?
The network hash rate
Yes.
is
one of the parameter you have mentioned.
yes is the speed at which they can hash or broadcast the block.
Are you using any optimization technique while you are training your model?
No, I implemented the algorithm on Python. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from audience?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Paper ID 39, please raise a hand. Paper ID 39, you are given presenter rights. Please share the screen. Start your presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. You please share the screen.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So you can see my screen, right, sir? Hello.
Yes, it's visible. Start from the slide 1.
Yeah. Yeah. So good evening, sir. I am Srenu Patnuru from Vignan's Institute of Information Technology. I am here to present the code editor coding platform that I have created using mean stack technologies, and we are guided by Dr. Nagmalik sir from Vignan College. And coming to abstract, there are many coding platforms out there. Many popular coding platforms like HackerRat, CodeChef, and everything. But one thing they're missing is they are not providing any college-specific environment. So if any student wanted to contribute their own coding question to public platform, they couldn't contribute to public platforms. So keeping this in mind, we are thinking that we tried to create a coding platform which will be a college specific, which can be only specific to a particular college. Sorry. So the motivation came when we are doing coding, we thought to contribute some coding questions, but no platform is providing that facility. And we tried in multiple ways to contribute into the multiple public platform. They are not allowing. Only admins of that particular coding platform can publish the coding questions. So we came up with the idea that we can create a coding platform which will be specific to some particular college, and only that college admins and college students can contribute. Only it can create competitive environment in that college only. And what existing system is lacking is all students don't have access, all users don't have access to contribute a particular question. Only moderators or admins can contribute. Or some campus under ambassadors, student representatives only can contribute. A common student can't contribute. If he even, no matter how much he is good in coding, he can't provide to the government platform. And there is no platform which will be college specific, like, so no platform now showing that okay, this college is contributing this much and this college students are performing like that. So in our proposal system, it's completely college specific. It give analytics regarding same college, and it can create competitive coding environment within the students, because if a parallel fellow students is doing and contributing anything, and others also feel competitive that they also wanted to contribute, and it can create a competitive environment. And coming to the technology stack, we used a complete mean stack. For front-end technology, we are using Angular and Bootstrap. Angular is supported by Google. It got rich set of community support from Google. For backend, we use Node.js. We took NoSQL as our database. We are using MongoDB Atlas as our database, and using AWS Cloud for deployment side. And coming to methodology, basically it's a three-tier architecture software. A front end will be resist, and the backend is continuously running on a deployed server, and front end will be integrating with the backend, and backend will be integrating with the database. Here, database is MongoDB. And so coming to why we use in Mainstack, it got rich set of community support, and it's a open source, and it is very lower development cost. And it's just because it got large community support, whenever we stuck somewhere, whatever the doubts we got a large community, they can help us, and it's very flexible and scalable. Just because of that, many major MNCs like Infosys, even Amazon also using Angular and MongoDB. MongoDB simplicity is very powerful. That's why many companies are migrating to NoSQL database. So coming to results, this will be the coding platform which we created. Here they can choose their own themes. It supports up to 70-80 themes, and it supports up to 35 languages. They can compile their own code. And coming to along with the coding platform, we also made it as a blog platform within the college. So if any student wanted to contribute or wanted to share their knowledge, if they have any doubts, or if they wanted to raise any doubts within the college level, they can write their own blogs, and they can write own questions and all. So when they clicked on any blog, this will be the preview. It will be completely editor. They will be having editor access with customized styles and all. They can create a blogs like this. This will be the contribution page. And coming to coding questions, in here there will be a list of coding questions. All the contributed questions by all the students will come here and will stay here, and they can solve the coding questions based on the difficulty. Once if they click on any coding question, it will be the screen. Left side will be the coding question, and right side will be a compiler platform will be given. They can customize the code, and if they submit the code, it will test against the private test cases given by the developer, or a student. He can give private test cases. It will run against private test cases, and it will give the results. And coming to authentication, we are giving OTP authentication in order to reduce the spam. So if they have a mail ID, only a single email ID can be logged in this platform only once, in order to reduce the spam messages or spam comments or anything. If they enter this registration form, they will be getting a OTP to their mail ID. So OTP can't be seen by other users. So we can reduce the spam here, because we are giving secured authentication. And thank you. So this is all about my publication. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir.
In which way students can be benefited by you?
Sir, sorry, your voice is breaking. I can't hear.
Hello. Student.
Sir, still I can't hear your voice. Sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
In which students can be benefited with this platform?
Yeah, so a student is, if he do competitive coding in any other public platform, he can't contribute and he can't see what his friends are doing, or what problems their friends are doing, and where he is lagging. But in this platform, we are giving analytics that